This is just a random and weird encounter I remembered from when I was 15, and it scared me. It was the day of my prom for my grade level, so I'm all dressed up and on my way to my friend's house to meet her there. My mom parks in front of her house. This area was kinda dodgy, where once in a while you'd see a homeless, junky person. I was sitting in the back of the car about to leave when this homeless looking man opens my car door. He sits inside across from me and closes the door. At this point I'm like, what the fuck? He doesn't even say anything and had no expression, just sits there. I'm like, what are you doing? My mom is shocked and saying the same thing. I can't believe I had the audacity to say, get out, and then I tried to open the door for him and push him out. I don't know why I did that, he was so much bigger than me. Finally, he's like, okay, I'm getting out, and slowly leaves. My mom just drives off and we wait for a bit, so I can come back and meet my friend. I'm just glad he didn't have a knife or something. Friday night I was getting beer and a burger at a tavern on a small inner city street. I was waiting for my Uber, but some guy came up to me and asked me for $1. I said no, and instead of the guy moving on, he just stood there. I then decided to go back into the bar, standing in the front entrance. The guy didn't move and had an angry look on his face. I then walked back into the bar for a few minutes, moving away from the door. When I came back to try to leave again, the guy was still there. It was at this point that I finally said something to the bartender, who then walked out, and that's when the guy started finally moving on. However, he only walked a few stores down, like he was still waiting for me. It wasn't until someone else, another large guy, walked out that the dude finally seemed to move on. My Uber finally came and I spilled the whole story to her, and we both agreed that he was looking to jump me. I was so creeped out. I'm used to panhandlers, but I'm not used to panhandlers that don't immediately move on when you say no. I live in a relatively large city in Virginia that has a large university in the north side of the city. We have a rather impressive homeless population, especially near the university, and there's always at least one hanging out on every single street corner. We have a fair share of crime, like any other large city. This happened while I was still in college, about 2012 or so. On our main busy thoroughfare is the main event building for basketball games, graduation ceremonies, etc., along with a huge campus Barnes & Noble, some restaurants, all of that. 3 lanes going in both directions, with a median in the middle. I was walking down one side of the road, up against the buildings going towards the bookstore, and a man, who appeared to be homeless, began to follow me, keeping up with my pace a few feet away to the street. He popped out a pretty large pocket knife and held it so the handle was hidden by his jacket sleeve, but you could see the blade and heard it when it popped open. He was grinning. He started mimicking my steps, the length of stride, and he'd stop when I'd stop. It was almost comical the way he moved, like out of a movie. He had a pep in his step, kind of sliding his feet with each step, almost like he was dancing to the pace that we were walking. He never said a word, just kept grinning and following, copying my movements. This went on for about 2 blocks until I stopped at the entrance of the bookstore and stepped up the 3 steps leading up to it. I made eye contact with him, and he stays below. He didn't try to follow me in. Maybe he would have if I never turned to face him. Who knows? He suddenly turned in a rather dramatic movement and stepped out into the road between cars that were trying to parallel park. Luckily, the traffic light right before he stepped out had just turned green, so cars were still waiting and hadn't hit their gas pedal yet to go. He stood there just grinning until a car stopped right in front of him and the driver yelled at him and threw something when he didn't react to the blaring horn. No idea what this guy wanted or what he would have done if it was night or something, when the area is less populated. I'm 29 now and in a great home with my partner of 6 years. We are very happy, but life wasn't always so great. I went through a really tough time at the age of 17. I found myself homeless in the streets of Glasgow. It was cold and I saw another side of life, a side I never want to see again. It started with me leaving my family home due to disagreements with my mom. I slept rough for a few days under the staircase in the city central, ironically across from a 5-star hotel. I eventually heard about a place I could go live. This was sort of a halfway house between being homeless, then rehomed. I quickly moved into this building. You got breakfast in the morning and advised to keep yourself busy during the day. I tried going on long walks, etc. Eventually you get sucked into socializing with some people. At first I thought this would be okay, but things quickly went south. I befriended my neighbor in the facility. He used drugs and I didn't. I tried to play it cool, but things got scary quickly. He started asking me for money that I didn't have. He then persisted in following me everywhere I went, like an unwanted sidekick. I woke up one night to banging on the room door. This place held about 10 people, small rooms with basic amenities. The pounding got louder, then shouting started. The lock on the door was flimsy at best. Bang bang. I know you're in there. I freaked out, frantically texting my mom, asking to come home. She said it would be okay, and to brave it out. Then the man shouted, "If I see you again, I will slice you from ear to ear." I thought enough shaking and called the police and the facility manager. The police came and arrested the man. He was hiding something that enraged him. With deep-set eyes, holding a kitchen knife, and moments away from bursting into the room. He was taken away and I never got the guy's name. But for the junkie in the homeless shelter, let's never meet again. I'm great now and have moved on. The worst part of it was that at this time my little sister was at school and she met me at a shop a few days later. I had to fake a smile and let her know that I was okay, even though inside I was crying. This is so recent that I'm just coming inside after speaking with the police. I am a 5'4", not very intimidating middle-aged woman. Myself and my 74-year-old neighbor met in the back alley of our apartment building to have what was already slated to be our last cigarette. As we stood there talking, this man came charging at us out of nowhere. I recognized him as he had been standing across the street from our building all evening with his bicycle and enormous bag. He wore tattered, filthy clothing and sunglasses, had a bushy beard and a head full of wild hair. Before we even knew what was happening, he crouched and leapt forward at us, one hand reaching for me and one grasping her jacket. As we both screamed, I stepped back and reached into my purse to grab my pepper spray. Thankfully, he tripped and fell to the ground. I bent down to shove my pepper spray in his face. By this time, he had jumped up off the ground with a completely deranged expression. My neighbor had her pepper spray out as well, and I grabbed my knife, which I didn't open up until he was a small distance away from us. Several more officers came, and after they searched him and his bag, one of them walked over to us while another cuffed him. The officer spoke to us and told us that he was glad we were okay, because the guy obviously had some serious psychological problems. I don't even want to know what he was saying or what was in his bag. As we waited for the police to put him into the car and finish their report, my neighbor told me that this was her last night smoking as well. Our neighborhood has been getting worse over the last few years, to the point that I've been attacked by homeless people in broad daylight 3 times in the last 4 months. Tonight makes number 4. I was already prepared to quit smoking tomorrow, and this gives me even more reason to do so. I'm glad this man is off the street tonight, and neither of us were physically harmed. Hopefully he will be in jail long enough to get started on some medication. At any rate, after the night, Ezekiel, let's not meet again. This happened a long time ago. I was about 17 at the time. My girlfriend was living with me and my parents at the time, and it was about 1 a.m. when we decided we wanted to get some snacks from the nearby convenience store. We hopped in my car and made the short drive over. When I walked in the door, I noticed a very disheveled man near the back of the store. He walked up to me and said, "Don't I know you?" I told him definitely not. I had never seen him before in my life, and I walked away and continued looking at snacks. At this time, my mom must have just heard us leave and started texting me, asking where we were and why we weren't at home. After some text back and forth, we decided we should get home ASAP. We paid at the counter and head to the door when the homeless guy suddenly steps out from the aisle and blocks our exit. He starts getting really insistent that he knew me and that I knew him. He then started claiming that I owed him money and that he wouldn't let me leave. He kept blocking me no matter which way I tried to go. Bear in mind, at 17, I was a pretty small guy, about 120 pounds and about 5'6". I'm 5'8" now. Hooray. Finally, I'm getting freaked out and pretty scared, worried for my girlfriend and my safety. I decided to push the guy out of the way and ran out the door with my girlfriend. He followed us out, now screaming that I owed him $300 or something. My car didn't have power locks, so I had to unlock my girlfriend's door first, and was headed around to my door when this guy was about 5 feet away from me. I got my door unlocked and swung it hard into him. I jumped into my car and sped off, but accidentally drove further in the parking lot instead of towards the exit. When I came back around, the guy walked in front of my car, trying to stop me. I sped up even more and he jumped out of my way. Never seen this guy again, and luckily we got away unharmed. It was definitely one of the more scariest experiences I've had. I worked as a flight attendant for a few years when I decided to take an extended sabbatical from college. There were a handful of let's not meet situations I encountered, but one in particular still makes my skin crawl more than any other. I was born and raised in Texas, but had moved to New York when I turned 21. So when I found out at the beginning of the week-long trip that I would have a couple overnights in Austin, I was super excited to go to my home state for a few days. My brother lived just north of the city, and we planned to hang out and go to dinner the night I arrived when he got off work. And the following days, we were going to meet up with our dad, who lived about an hour away. So I get to the hotel downtown, the crew and I check in, and then we head off to our rooms. Short elevator ride, and I get to mine, where not even 5 minutes later there's a loud, hard knock on my door. It was only 1 or 2 p.m., and I hadn't called my brother or dad to let them know that I was in town yet, so they wouldn't know what room. I assumed it was maybe one of my crewmates, so I headed to the door. Before even making it to the door, however, a loud, male's voice on the other side boomed. The front desk sent me about the bathroom problem you called in. Before trying to open the door. "Unlock the door and open up, miss. I need in, now." I froze in my tracks. I hadn't even been in the bathroom yet alone called anyone at the front desk. I'm a petite chick, and while I take no shit from anyone despite my size, I still err on the side of caution. Slowly inching towards the door to look out the peephole, all I could tell was that this man on the other side was at least 6 feet tall and easily over double my weight. No way in hell I was gonna unlock the door. I responded to the guy, telling him that he must have the wrong room. He continued pounding on the door while constantly turning the handle, telling me no, he needed in and was getting into the room one way or another. I panicked, but thankfully had the sense to grab my phone and call the front desk. The concierge confirmed that they had neither sent anyone to my room nor had they received a call about a bathroom. The entire time, this fucking guy was still determined to get into my room, pounding and yelling. Lucky for me, the front desk had sent security to my floor. When the security officers stepped off the elevator a few seconds later, I could hear them in the hall approaching the guy and ask who he was, what he was doing, and telling him that he needed to leave the hotel. He immediately got hostile and aggressive towards them, and the front desk clerk that I was still on the phone with tells me that the police have been called and are on their way. In the meantime, I'm trapped in my room, scared shitless. Long story short, the cops showed up pretty quickly and managed to arrest the guy for trespassing and criminal menacing or some shit. I later found out that the guy was also wanted in connection of a string of break-ins and violent sexual assaults in Austin. He had seen me and stalked me from the minute I entered the hotel lobby. Apparently, I was exactly his type of victim. Nothing else happened after that, but it still rattled the fuck out of me for the rest of my stay in that hotel. I've actually had a lot of very creepy encounters, but I wanted to submit this one first. It was my 21st birthday, so 3 of my best friends and I celebrated with a trip to NYC. 2 of my friends, Lana and Molly, didn't get along that well. The third, and this is my best friend to this day, Elle. My birthday is in December, so it was excruciating cold at this time of the trip. We were all staying in the same hotel room, can't remember the name. One night, I was pretty tired and ended up going back to the hotel a bit earlier. I didn't want to ruin my friend's time, and I was cool with them staying out later and going to a club. I also wanted to go back to the hotel because I was honestly emotionally drained. Throughout the day, Lana and Molly had been arguing on and off. Not really about anything huge, but just nitpicking because they presumably had very opposite personalities. I don't like drama, and being caught in the middle of it was getting annoying, so I really wanted to be by myself. So I'm back at the hotel, talking to my boyfriend at the time. 20 minutes in, I get a second call from Molly. I answer and she's crying. She was always pretty dramatic, but of course, I was concerned. Conversation went something like this. Lana is a fucking bitch. I'm coming back to the hotel to hang out with you. Are you okay? What happened? We got into a fight in the cab, and I just don't want to deal with her. I'm heading back now. Okay, be safe. When will you be here? In like 10 minutes. I'm getting a cab now. Okay, see you soon. We can talk when you get here. I hang up the phone with my boyfriend, telling him that I'm gonna hang out with her. She comes in a few minutes later and tells me about the fight. I can't even really remember what they fought about, but most likely it was petty or stupid. But we talked for a bit and I told her we should try to get some rest. It had been a long day and I was over the drama of that day, so we did. When Elle and Lana come back to the hotel about an hour later, Lana is pissed drunk. She comes in stumbling, yelling obscenities at Molly that I couldn't make out. Molly said something calmly, but to oppose her. Lana got really mad and kicked my suitcase really hard into the wall. This obviously pissed me off. It was one thing to be upset, but to damage other people's belongings is definitely not okay. I had enough and wanted to leave. One of my best friends, who wasn't able to come, had a sister who lived in Queens. Her family is like my family, so I texted her, telling her the situation and asked if I could come stay with her for the night. She said of course, so I snatched my suitcase and headed towards the elevator. It was slow, so I was waiting there for a few minutes. Moments later, Molly came bursting out of the room. I'm coming with you. No, I want to be alone. I'm sorry I ruined your birthday. I want to come with you. I don't want to be around Lana all night. She's a fucking bitch. Fine, whatever. The elevator opens up and we head to the lobby. It's around 2 a.m. at this time, and given that New York City is always bustling, I was surprised to see that there were virtually no hotel guests in the lobby. There was one man at the front desk and another hotel staff member standing around. It was really cold outside, so I wanted someone to hail a cab for me. I asked the front desk if he could have someone do it for me, and he called the other man over and asked. The other man was pretty tall, maybe 6 feet at least. Not overweight, but stockier for sure. He had a very short buzzed haircut and the most piercing blue eyes, but not the type that are kind. They seemed completely off, and I remember thinking all of this before he even opened his mouth to speak to me. "Where are you going?" he asked in a probably Russian accent. Even his voice seemed cold, like it lacked warmth or friendliness. I kind of choked on my words. We're going to Queens." He paused. He moved closer to me and got his face up in mine. I'm about 5'4", so he definitely was bending over a bit to get eerily close to me. To put in perspective how close he was, we could have easily kissed if he moved about an inch closer. Then he asked, "Is it just the two? Alone?" I said, yes," as I tried to move backwards a bit to create some distance. He literally stared into my eyes for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 seconds. Then he just smiled. I remember feeling so creeped out and was just kind of frozen. In my gut, I knew something was off. I looked at my friend, who was obviously uncomfortable as well. It was like she was trying to tell me with her eyes that this man gave her the creeps too. Finally, he backed away from me. "Stay right there." He then whipped his phone out and called someone. He was speaking Russian, so I didn't know what he said. The whole time, his eyes stayed on me and my friend, and I remember just feeling paralyzed. I was thinking, do we just run? I kept looking back at the glass doors of the hotel entrance, hoping that by a miracle, a cab would drive by so we could just leave. He got off his phone after about a minute and said, "Someone's coming, don't worry." A few minutes later, another man entered the hotel. He wasn't dressed like a hotel staff member at all, which was my biggest red flag. Then he started speaking with a creepy Russian man. They kept nodding while speaking to each other, while looking back at each other and then at my friend and me. The man with the creepy eyes looked at us and said, "He'll take you where you need to go." What? "Go with him. He will take you." Just then, I kid you not, I look back at the doors and see a cab slowly inching up our street in traffic. "Oh, it's okay. I see a cab right there. We're just gonna take that. Thanks," as I grabbed Molly's hand and began running out of the hotel to get in the cab. As soon as we get into the cab, we both look at each other and expressed our fears for what just happened. We both were really scared of the man and agreed that we thought something was incredibly off about the men and the encounter. The first thing that came to my mind was, maybe they were a part of a human trafficking ring. When I think back to the night, I always thank God for that cab. It came just at the right time. I'll never know for sure what the man's intentions were. Since then, I've lived in New York and visited again many times, and no other hotel staff member has ever offered to personally drive me somewhere. I don't know what would have happened if we had gone with that man, but I have a feeling it would not be where we wanted to go. So this is my first post. What I'm about to say happened 2 years ago. I was only 10. Even my parents don't know about what happened, but hanging here and reading other people's stories made me feel the urge to share mine as well. For context, my father, mother, little sister, and me were in China, in a luxury hostel. The entrance from the building itself, which you had to take an elevator to access the big park. From this park, you would have to walk 3 or 4 minutes to arrive at the front of the 30th floor building. It's designed to contain one really big suite per floor. So when taking the lift, you scan your card, and it will automatically bring you to the floor associated to it. So the third day on our trip, my parents decide to go on a date together, leaving me and my sister alone in the suite. They left us some cash so we could order some takeaway food. So I ordered some noodles and waited. When someone finally called to say that the food was there, I went to search for the food. That's when I did my first big mistake. I didn't close the front door, thinking no one could come here, and I wouldn't be able to open it since I would have a lot of things in my hand. I called the lift and waited, way too long. Then it was finally here. Somebody was in it. I politely said, "Hello," but he didn't answer. He was wearing a red sweater and Adidas jogging pants. I got in, pushed the 0 button, and the man exited the elevator. The door closed when I finally realized my second big mistake. Why the hell did he want out? He shouldn't, since there wasn't any other rooms except for my family's. That's when I started to panic. I tried to stop the lift, but it wouldn't stop. So as soon as I arrived to the ground floor, I immediately went back to my room's floor. The front door was wide open, and the absence of noise made me feel uncomfortable. Assuming that my sister had either been caught or she was hiding, I went for the second option because the man was taller than me, which meant his footsteps must have sounded heavier than mine on the ground, so I believed my sister's intelligence to figure it out. I found her hiding behind one of the sofas, crying. She told me that the man was searching in our luggage for valuable items. We played hide and seek with him for almost 30 minutes. The room was really big. I finally went into the room. I noticed that my Nintendo Switch had vanished and called the reception to send some security guys to arrest the man. Everything went pretty smoothly, and the man turned out to be the son of someone who lived here. One creepy thing, he had a knife on him coming from the kitchen of our suite, showing that he didn't just want some goods. So creepy man in our hostel, let's not meet. I was staying at a hotel with my Portuguese water dog. I had her outside on a leash for a potty break. Creepy guy follows us on the walk but keeps his distance. I take her to the grass area to potty and he stands there and glares at us. My dog backs into me facing the creepy guy, growling. We go into her room and instead of sleeping on the bed with me, she slept by the front door all night. Never saw him again, and I was there for a week. I've always said that dogs can sense danger, and I know that she sensed it from him. So my mom went to Canada on a spur of the moment trip with her friend yesterday. We lived close enough to drive there. When she got there, she noticed that the Airbnb host had a lot of art on the wall. I started receiving some pictures from her of the walls, and they are covered in professionally framed pictures of hentai. They are pictures of girls crying while having things shoved inside of them. Girls gagged with duct tape, girls crying while having things shoved down their throats, and girls just screaming and being, you know. She also found real life photos of girls tied up from different angles. They look more like BDSM sessions than actual evidence of a crime. So there's nothing to call the police over, but my mom was pretty horrified. She has PTSD from some childhood trauma that I'm not going to elaborate on, but suffice to say, this was pretty unsettling to her. Luckily, the room had a deadbolt on the door. Still, she didn't get much sleep. This happened in early 2017. I was a 23-year-old girl and I had just finished college. The field I studied was not huge in my area, so I decided to leave and move to the biggest city in my country to make a post-graduation course. As I was still unemployed, I decided I would wait to make a long-term rental contract, worrying about a bad commute to work. In the first couple months, I was switching from Airbnbs and hostels all the time. I was already tired of this. I decided that this would be my last move, and then, with or without a job, I would settle. I was already running out of money and decided to stay in a dorm in a hostel next to where I was taking classes. Sharing a bedroom isn't a problem during a trip, but when you are living somewhere, trying to create a routine and have some privacy, sharing a bedroom with complete strangers just sucks. I shared this dorm with 3 guys, but my bad encounter is not with any of them. They were nice, apart from the one snoring so bad at night, no biggie. In another dorm, however, was the creepiest person I've ever seen. He was in his mid-30s and not traveling. He was a native from the city we were in, and was using the hostel as a new house, since his parents kicked him out of theirs. He introduced himself and tried to be nice and flirty with me. I was polite initially, but declined his advancements. He started following me all day long inside the hostel. Anywhere I went, he would show up in less than 5 minutes. On my second day there, I left the hostel to go to a job interview, and by the time I arrived late at night, He sat alone on the front stairs waiting for me. He told me this like it was the most natural thing on earth. He would buy me snacks, ask me out, try to get information about my personal life, while I had already made it clear of my lack of interest in this friendship. All of this happened in 3 days. I was already exhausted of his presence, but what I didn't know is that it could get a lot worse. As soon as one of the guys that I was sharing a dorm with left, he asked the hostel staff to switch rooms and stay in the same one as me. Obviously, he didn't tell me this, so imagine how surprised and disgusted I was when I saw him coming in the dorm with all his belongings. I was so scared of his presence that I slept wearing jeans to avoid any advantage he could take from me while I was sleeping. The situation had exponentially went worse and I couldn't handle it anymore. While I was packing, this guy showed up, noticed what I was doing and started to cry, asking me not to leave him. Then, to make things even more creepy and disgusting, he told me that he missed seeing my face while I was sleeping, and thank God he had taken photos. I was trying my best to be chill about his behavior, but I just lost it when he told me he had taken pictures of me while I was sleeping. I snatched his phone from his hand, asked him to see the pictures and deleted them all. There were a bunch of photos of me sleeping the night before. I left the hostel, and I regret not reporting him to the staff. I'm pretty sure they would have helped me, but I was too exhausted from the whole situation that I didn't even think about it at the time. Last summer I was working in Florida. I'm from Canada, but I got to work at Walt Disney World as a summer job. It was one of the most fun experiences that I've ever had, and I spent most of my summer on the Disney property. One day though, the Adventure Zone graphic novel was released, and I had to get my hands on it. The only place I could get a copy was at a Barnes & Noble, and the only way I could get there was taking the bus to Walmart, then walking like an hour. It was my day off, so I figured, might as well. Getting to Barnes & Noble was fine, but on the way back to the Walmart bus stop, I had walked past this parking lot. As I was passing the parking lot, someone beeped their horn at me. I stopped to look over because I thought it might be one of my Disney coworkers. A few of them had cars. A guy in a suit stepped out of his car and waved at me. He said hello, and I, being startled and trying to figure out if I knew him, responded. Bad idea. He immediately complimented me on my appearance and asked where I was working. He also said he could give me a ride back to wherever I was going. I was freaked out, but my impulse to not be rude was dangerously strong, and I told him I wasn't interested, and I liked taking the bus. He laughed and said that if I was interested, he could drive me home and get me a job at his hotel, where he worked. For some reason, despite being pretty upset at this point, I kept talking to him and told him the truth, that I couldn't work anywhere other than the company that sponsored my visa. He laughed a second time and told me the visa wouldn't be a problem. It was at that point that my survival instincts finally overrode my friendliness instincts, and I hurriedly told him, "No thank you, I'm moving back to Canada, goodbye," before booking it into Walmart. In Walmart, I grabbed a couple of things and went to cash out, still freaked out. I tried to talk to the employee who was cashing me out so that maybe she could contact someone about the man. For all I knew, this could be some sort of sex trafficking scheme. I don't know. Unfortunately, that wasn't much better. She was extremely dismissive. She made a couple of jokes saying things like, "Well, was he cute at least? Did you want to ride home?" and laughing. I didn't cry or anything, but I could feel my face turning red as I felt so patronized over something that had me really upset. Thankfully, the woman behind me in line asked if I was okay and tried to tell the clerk that I obviously wasn't trying to joke around, but she still didn't seem to care much. Once I got outside, I was thankful that there was other Disney cast members at the bus stop. I didn't talk to any of them, but at least I didn't feel as vulnerable. So, Walmart parking lot guy, I hope next time I go to Florida we don't meet. I don't want to work in a hotel with you. And Walmart clerk, I don't particularly feel like ever meeting you again either. I decided to go hiking in Wakaiwa State Park. It's a place I'm extremely familiar with. The weather has been awful lately, so I haven't been kayaking. I was the only person out there because the weather wasn't great. I was on the Orange Trail, maybe 2 miles in, when all of a sudden, I had a feeling I was being watched. I have a sixth sense for this. If I feel like I'm being watched, there's an 80% chance I'm being watched. I stopped and watched for a second. As I started back in, I suddenly saw a quick-paced movement out of the brush, maybe 50 yards from where I was. Something was trying to avoid being seen. Weird. I continued on. As I continued down the trail, I continued to feel watched. As I'm walking, I hear maniacal laughter out of the brush, maybe 20 yards to my left. Now, I was the only person around. I hadn't seen another person in the entire park. This unsettled me, and I quickly moved on. I tried to put it out of my mind, thinking I was just imagining things. Maybe 2 minutes later, I hear the same laughter off to my left, this time a bit closer. I decided to pick up the pace. Less than a minute later, I hear the laughter right behind me. There's an enormous amount of rustling and noise coming from the brush. I realized whatever this was right behind me. I fucking ran. I didn't look back, just ran. Something was telling me to run and run as far as I could. Within a mile, I was sucking wind. I put every ounce of energy into my escape. I ended up becoming too weak to run. I stopped for a rest. I didn't want to get bull rushed, so I turned around, facing the direction I was running from, and took a knee. I started to calm down, but I still didn't feel safe. I told myself I had to keep going. As I struggled to my feet, I spotted something in the brush. A dark leather wrap. I unfolded it and found 3 extremely sharp knives, like butcher knives, the type of knife you would use to stab someone. They were fresh too. You could tell that they had been dropped there within a day. I let out an audible yelp when I realized what was inside the sheath. Real manly, I know. All of a sudden, every ounce of fear came rushing back. My body was telling myself to be very, very afraid. I knew I had to keep moving. I jumped back up and ran to civilization. I didn't grab the knives. I felt like it would add to the immense amount of risk to an already dangerous situation. I had a feeling of being watched until I was a half mile from the trailhead. Something was out there. Something knew I was out there. I'm not scared of anyone. People don't have the ability to freak me out. The fact that my body was telling me to be very, very afraid and to keep moving was terrifying. It was a primal response I couldn't turn off. The names of the individuals in the story have been changed due to Reddit's rules. If you're into true crime shows or channels, you may have heard this story before, or at least the main details. I've seen it covered myself. Here's some context. This event happened 11 years ago. I had just turned 18 and moved to Orange County, California. I moved into an apartment complex near my community college that I was attending, so a bunch of younger people around my age lived there. I didn't know a single person in California, so I would take any opportunity to socialize and meet new people. A big gathering place at this complex was the main pool, where people would drink and relax in the sun. Over the first few months, I would meet a bunch of people while hanging out at the pool. I never got super close to any of them, but I would see the same people several days a week. We would often go back to each other's apartments after the pool to drink or smoke some more. It was a really mellow and fun environment. 3 people I would see all the time were Sarah, Mike, and John. One day after hanging out at the pool, Sarah, my girlfriend, and I went back to my apartment. The 3 of us smoked and Sarah went back home. Regular day. The next day, we were at the pool and a few of the usual people were missing, but still a solid 10 people, so we didn't really notice. We go home later that night and my girlfriend gets a call from one of our friends. My girlfriend playfully answers her phone and the expression on her face starts to change. She's listening and her eyes got super wide. She says, "What the fuck? Are you serious?" and hangs up the phone. I'm super confused, so I ask her, "What? What happened?" She said, "Dude, the police has found Sarah dead in Mike's apartment, and Mike is nowhere to be found." What the fuck? It was insane. I asked her if he said anything else, but she told me he was really hard to understand. We went to bed and met up with the usual crowd at the pool the next day, which included John and his fiancée. We were all talking about how unbelievable this is. Sarah was the epitome of sweet, and Mike was one of the kindest people I have ever met. He was one of the first people I met when I moved into this place, and he gave my underage ass some beers and told me stories. They were both good people. It didn't make any sense. We all kind of started speculating and tried to make sense of it. Nobody could get a hold of Mike. We all started to worry if he's safe. Somebody suggested that Mike probably killed Sarah, panicked, and ran. That was a hard pill to swallow for most of us, but it was the only thing that kind of made sense. John shook his head and said, "Man, just awful." We all dispersed and went home. It was the last time that I would see most of those people. Fast forward a month or two. I was hanging out in my apartment one evening when my girlfriend calls me frantically. "Please come to my friend's apartment. You're not going to believe this shit. This is the most fucked up shit I've ever experienced." I rushed over to the apartment where my girlfriend was. She was with two friends that we knew from the pool. One of them is crying hysterically, while the other sat with him. My girlfriend motioned for me to go outside, and the other friend stayed back to keep consoling the other. Once we were out of earshot, she told me why her friend was crying intensely. Her friend just got back from being with the police. He was asked to identify pieces of dismembered body that were found in the sewer. He was crying because he positively identified the body parts as Mike's. How did the police know that they were there? They knew because John told them that he did it. Turns out John was and still is a broke piece of shit. This bastard was engaged and didn't even have enough money for his wedding. Being a goddamn smart person, Mike had a bunch of money saved up. John found out about it and decided to kill Mike and steal his money. John was an acting student and asked Mike to help him move some heavy things to the theater. When Mike turned his back, John shot him. He then took Mike to another location where he dismembered his body and dumped his remains in the sewer. John took Mike's keys and phone and went back to Mike's apartment. From there, he texted Sarah from Mike's phone, asking her to come over because he wanted to talk. Being the sweet and caring person she was, Sarah went over to Mike's apartment to help him feel better. When she got there, John snuck up behind her and shot her. He left the apartment and framed Mike for Sarah's murder. John was caught because he's a stupid fucking idiot. He paid some kid to withdraw money from Mike's account. Cops found the kid, and he told them about John. They quickly tracked John down at his fucking bachelor party. He was taken in for questioning, and he admitted that he murdered Sarah and Mike. He would later be sentenced to death. After sentencing, Mike's dad spoke to John across the courtroom and said, "My only regret is that the state of California doesn't allow me to kill you myself." Turns out his fiancée tried to help him hide the evidence, and she was sentenced to time as well. All in all, pretty dark story. Aside from the violence, what messes me up is that this guy literally just murdered two of our friends, and he was there at the pool commiserating with us. Like, generally acting upset, sad, and confused. He is a horrible human, and I hope he suffers for the rest of his life. My deepest and continued condolences go out to the family of the two innocent people that were killed. Fuck you, John. My sister and I were on the subject of a guy in our hometown that went on a short killing spree. As she brought this story up, I told when it happened. About 8 years ago, I stayed downtown. Back then, if you remember, Craigslist had a personal section. I never really dabbled in that, but being curious, I checked it out. So I made this ad, nothing spectacular, and waited. Not much went down, just some scammers and bots, married people, etc. I get this one message from a woman telling me how I sounded exciting and would love to get to know me more. We exchanged pics. She exchanged an older pic, but she looked pretty cute in it. Had a bright smile and big blue eyes. She was nice, I just wasn't feeling her like that. She was 18 and I was 24 at the time, but also, she was 7 months pregnant. We enjoyed conversations for a few days, and we decided to link. She didn't stay far from me. She stayed more north on the north side, just on the edge of downtown. On this day, there was a festival going on. I asked if she wanted to go, but she couldn't because her legs were tired and kind of sore, so I agreed to meet at her place. She stayed in the northern slum, not ghetto, but slum. The house was big, but also you could tell off bat that this used to be an apartment. Wasn't an appealing house, but there weren't many other appealing ones either. When I told her I'm outside, I see her come to the front porch. She was a small thing, about 5 foot, white with dark hair. Couldn't be no more than 90 to 110 pounds, and that was because of the pregnancy. Her baby bump was very noticeable. She had a small chocolate Labrador puppy with her. They both were happy to see me. When I got close to her, I was surprised. She didn't have the bright smile I saw in the pic. Her teeth were gray, and her face looked like someone who was heavy into drugs. Her eyes still had light to them, but overall she looked like a tired human being, and not in a fatigued sense. I gave her a hug, made sure to watch my strength. We went into her place. There wasn't nothing sketchy about it. It stunk like animals and weed. We went upstairs and I saw a black couple up there. They shut their door and it seemed like they were arguing. All the rooms upstairs were small and the ceiling was slanted. Her room was fitted pretty nice. She was a smoker. I could smell the ashtray stench. We decided to watch Pineapple Express. That was my first time seeing the movie. She complained about her legs a lot. I saw a little swelling on them, so I gave her a leg rub. I used her body lotion. She loved it and appreciated it big time. We talked, and it was getting late and I wanted to head down to catch the heat of the festivities. She looked like she enjoyed my company a lot, and as we were waving goodbye, for some reason I just thought to myself, man, that chick seems troubled. 2 days later, she hit me up saying her ex-boyfriend got kicked out of his place and needed to stay somewhere. So me and her hanging out couldn't happen again, which I didn't really care about and just told her I understand and make sure she's safe. I left to Chicago to spend time with my family. I came back a week later after getting my hair retwisted. I saw a sign with her name on it when I was out for a walk. She had a unique last name. I decided to check on her. I sent her an email. No response. About 5 minutes later, I hopped on Facebook, and as I scrolled, I stopped immediately because I saw the very first picture she had sent me. I'm like, why the hell is that pic on here? I click a link saying there's a triple homicide. I sat on the curb and was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I read the details and was even more in shock. She met a guy on Craigslist for sex. Her ex met up with him too, supposedly. He killed the ex-boyfriend and decapitated him, left his body in a park I was familiar with. He took her and held her captive in his basement. He tortured her for a week. What made me so pissed was that he went to a sports bar down the street from me and told the bartenders how he had someone locked in his basement right now. Nobody took it seriously to call the police. That probably could have saved her. He strangled her and stuffed her in a suitcase. By then, the police figured him out and he was on the run. When they stopped his car, he decided to take himself out. They found him probably because of the emails from Craigslist. I know they investigated my email. I deleted it immediately once I took all this in. I was on Craigslist and I saw the miscellaneous section about meeting scammers and such. I posted a reply about people being careful, and I posted her story. Also, around then I had a guy I went to high school with who got caught robbing people for money on there. When I summarized her story, I get a reply. It was from a lady demanding to know what I knew. Come to find out, it was her aunt. When I told her, she wanted to talk on the phone, so I did. I gave her my condolences and told her about the time we spent together. She told me that her ex was pimping her out and that her life was never like that. Her parents were good people and confused that she took that path in life. The girl was just a baby. I've been around death before, but nothing like that. Because what if I kept hanging out with her? The crazy parts are, the guy had another woman in his place, but she escaped. She was living with him, and he made her a sex slave. But also, he was supposed to fly to Vegas to meet a lady from a fetish site, but there were complications on his end. The day he committed the murder, he contacted the lady and told her that he wanted to meet her ASAP. He was paying for her to travel and everything, but she needed his info. She didn't go through with it, but she looked him up and happened to see his connection with the triple homicide. What's even more dark is they didn't find her ex-boyfriend's head at the park, just the body. They found his head north of the city in 2019, like 25 miles away from the dead body. Why did he take that head? What did he do with it to travel with it like that? The awkward thing is that there was a lady who lived with me a year later after that. Things were complicated and I had to kick her out. She moved into the exact room that the girl was in. I know this because I had to give her some stuff that she left behind. This is also the girl that played a major part in my sister and her ex-boyfriend breaking up for good. People do come into your life for a reason, I suppose. I used Craigslist for business and some social events, but after that my approach became entirely different, and I have become cautious on who I meet. To add, the killer killed himself after a high-speed chase. The cops followed him and he shot himself. The woman was in the trunk of his car, inside a suitcase. So, my sister called my family the other day and told my parents about a strange man that she and her friend came across. They had been there for about a week and were walking around the redwoods when a man appeared out of practically nowhere and startled them. My sister claimed he looked completely normal and was even kind of handsome, in her opinion, but he gave off a creepy vibe pretty quickly. He apparently began asking them weird questions like who they were and what they were doing in his woods. After they explained that they were just out exploring, he quickly got annoyed and said, "Liars." My sister and her friend began to walk away as quickly as possible, as they assumed that he was probably on drugs, but he walked after them and said some more weird stuff. She says he even asked them to kiss each other. I know that you're lesbian lovers. They're not lesbian, by the way. My sister's friend apparently turned around and screamed at him to leave them alone. My sister said this is when it got scary as hell. He gave my sister and her friend the most evil and hateful look she has ever seen in her life and said this in response: "You two are such disrespectful bitches. I've killed a few of you over the last few years. I'd love to add both of you to my count." They didn't hesitate and booked it right out of there after he said that. They heard him chasing after them and screaming at them. My sister couldn't make out much of what he said, other than that he would chop them up and a few other threats. They both made it safely out of the woods, and they didn't see him anywhere. They got back to the car and sped back to the town that they were staying in. They called the police and filed a report, and headed to another area, and will be heading home soon. I'm scared and pissed off that some creep did this to them. Just recently, 2 bodies were found along different areas of the train tracks that flow through the cities, as well as a heavily wooded forest of that county. They are both female and believed to be related murders. I'm a long-time lurker on the sub, but I never thought I would have a contribution to make. That changed about a year ago. Names have been changed for obvious reasons. In 2020, I was in my second year of graduate school. Even before the pandemic, many of my classes were online instead of in person. Normally, this was not a problem, But since my parents lived in a rural area, I had to commute to use the school's internet for my schoolwork. When COVID hit, all of my tests had to be taken online, and the literal 3 microbits per second that my parents got on their satellite internet connection would not be good enough to help me with my schoolwork. If my university were to lock down and send all the students home, I would have to withdraw for the summer. Since this was not an option, I began searching for apartments in the smaller college town. After a short search, I was surprised to find an opening at a student complex 3 miles away from campus. Not having any options, I signed a lease and moved in the next week. Eventually, my predictions came true, and the university locked down. I felt extremely lucky to have one of these few converted spaces in town. Even as I walked into the office to get my keys, there were literally people crying on the steps. Did they know someone with COVID? Did they have a bad home life? I thought. I generally felt bad for them, whatever their situation. I thought I had dodged a bullet. Little did I know that things were about to turn for the worse fast. The apartment was very poor quality, but the cheapest rent in town. It was all my stipend could cover, so I was happy to have it. However, the lack of security deposit and the ability to pay rent up front meant that, unfortunately, desperate people started to move in. After about 5 months into lockdown, there seemed to be very few students left living there, and many of the remaining residents seemed to be in their 30s or later. I heard a lot of rumors about drug dealing going on within the complex, but wrote it off because every college except BYU and Liberty has a large weed culture. Eventually, however, people started to find syringes in the landscaping, and the gravity of the situation became more obvious. Rumors continued to circulate, but I wrote them off. That was until one summer afternoon when I was riding home on my bike from Whataburger. My apartment was in one of the rear buildings of the complex, so I had to ride through the parking lot to get to my door. As I pulled through, I noticed 4 or 5 police vans parked in front of my building. It looked like a massive drug bust, so I called my friend Mike over to come take a look at the situation. He lived across from me, so it was a quick walk for him to come over. We watched the commotion from my balcony for an hour, speculating on what it could be. We both agreed that one of the dealers was probably busted and was on his way to prison. That was until we saw men in dress shirts with ties walk out of the complex wearing surgical gloves. We saw on the news the next day that the man living in the apartment was murdered in broad daylight after walking out of his apartment. Supposedly he was shot while exiting and died on the way to the hospital. We never found out why, and I don't think the police caught the person that did it. I don't know if they had a suspect. All I know is I was glad that I was out when this was going on. At very least, I could have witnessed something that could have scarred me for life. I since moved into another, nicer complex in the city and don't have to worry about such things. Quick context before I start explaining what happened to me. I live in the middle of nowhere. What I mean by middle of the nowhere is that my town is 3 hours away from the capital of Alberta, Edmonton, Canada. My town is very small and the police are usually called during the day, so there's hardly anyone on duty during the night. I'm a 16-year-old girl who has a big video game addiction, and I never leave the house other than going to school or for work. My father and mother are divorced, and my father works for the military. My mom, however, works from home, and my stepdad works in the oil fields, so he wasn't home at the time. Both parents live in separate houses, and due to the past between me and my father, I permanently live with my mother and visit my father twice a month. On to the actual situation. Everything started during October 2021 on a Wednesday afternoon. Every 2 weeks I get an early dismissal from school and I get to leave at 1:30 instead of 3:10. My bus never came to pick me up and my siblings up on time, so our mom came to pick us up instead. She drove us home, and as we were going home, our neighborhood had police officers all around with police dogs. The police officers were stopping every car in the neighborhood to see who was in them. They were looking for someone. They gave us no context to who they were looking for, and because they had multiple issues with missing children, etc. We didn't really care. We did what they asked of us and we went home. Me being me, as soon as we got home I got to my room and started playing video games and chose to worry about my homework later. Around 6 o'clock my mom came in my room telling me dinner was ready. So I came out of my room, grabbed my food, and brought it to my computer room, and chose to start on my homework. About 20 minutes later, my mom barges in my room, screaming my name. In panic, I barge out of my computer room, yelling, "Mom, what's going on?" and run towards her. Instinctively, she told me to cover up my windows and make sure that every door was locked. As I was doing that, my brother heard the commotion and asked my mom what was going on. Turns out my mom had been messaged by one of the neighbors, a video of the police in front of our neighborhood complex trying to break down the door of a man who was shooting around his house as he was trying to push the police away. We don't live in the duplex, but we live right beside it. Turns out the police officers left after being shot at. The guy was considered missing since he had kept his family hostage and hasn't appeared at work in the past week. After a few hours of the police being MIA, it was around 9 o'clock when my dad called me frantically asking what happened, since my mom thought the situation had calmed down and chose to text my father the situation. I told my father I had absolutely no clue what was happening since the screaming, shooting, and other loud noises disappeared. My dad, being him, put on his military clothing and went to the police station and told them to get back there and stop the situation. Turns out the police called the Edmonton SWAT team out to my town, hence why they were MIA, since the officers were hidden. The situation had been dragged out all night and the SWAT team had brought out drones. Because we had police officers around the house, we were told to stay inside, and we chose to head to bed. I was woken up at 2 a.m. to more screaming, shooting, etc. In the morning, my mom had received up to 10 videos from our neighbors that showed the Edmonton SWAT team had gassed the duplex, broke into the house, and managed to get everyone out safe and sound. And as for the guy, he was caught with an illegal weapon and went to trial. We don't know what happened since and never thought about checking. My dad and I started talking a lot more, and he stayed in close contact with us since. We'd had plenty of kidnappings in my area recently, and he's kept up to date about it. We think it might have to do with something with the guy's friend or dealers or whatever, since he had been doing many illegal things. This happened almost 25 years ago, way before cell phones were a popular thing. When I was 17, my brother, 13 at the time, and I were traveling into northern British Columbia in mid-November. This is important, as the darkness at this time of the year in the mountains is absolute. We were in Pine Pass between Chetwynd and Prince George, BC. Anyone who knows this area knows how desolate it is. I'm talking about hundreds of kilometers between gas stations and any kind of people or buildings. We were just about at the Powder King Ski Resort turnoff, and it was getting late. We pulled into a roadside turnout around 10:30 p.m. because I was super tired. My brother was already sleeping. I pull in and park near some tourist signage, lock my doors, and put my seat back to sleep. I was dead asleep when something snapped me awake. To this day, I'm not sure what it was that woke me up. I was looking around, trying to figure out what was happening, when all of a sudden my car was surrounded by 4 or 5 men. They started yanking at my door handles, trying to get into the car. I'm not sure if they saw that I was awake or not, but I sat up and slammed the car into drive and peeled out of there. I'm not sure if I hit one of them or not, and I didn't care to check. I didn't stop again until my auntie's house in Prince George. Was one of the 3 most terrifying times in my life. So to the 4 or 5 men in Pine Pass who tried to get in the car with 2 kids, I hope I at least ran one of your feet over. A few years back, probably in my junior year of high school, I was hunting with a guy my mom was dating. He was a strange character in of himself, such as talking about wanting to kill a bear with a knife just to be able to say he did it. I'm not much of a hunter, but I like to go sit in the woods and relax, and if all I gotta do is hold a gun to do that, sign me up. Anyhow, this guy led me deep into the woods. Felt like we walked for a mile, and I get set up by a tree, and he sort of walks off to find his own spot. So I'm just sitting there by myself, enjoying the peace, and about an hour or two passes. I start hearing twigs and such snapping, like someone was walking behind me. I take a quick glance back, thinking he's finally coming back to get me, but it was not him. There was a guy in a sweater and khakis, who upon reflection looked a lot like the human version of Ned Flanders from The Simpsons. I just turned back around, thinking he's gonna keep walking, but he comes up right behind me and stood there for what felt like 10 minutes before finally saying, "You out here by yourself?" Which is the wrong thing to ask a stranger in the woods, cause I was freaked out. I basically just pointed to a random direction and said that there was someone over there with me. He went back to standing quietly. Meanwhile, I'm thinking it might be time to flip off the safety on my rifle, but without saying a word, he just turned around and walked off again. Needless to say, I couldn't get comfortable for the rest of the time in the woods that day. The guy I was out there with didn't see him and probably thought I was just making this shit up for a good story, but that still freaks me out to this day. Okay, so this happened to me when I was 17. My now fiance and I lived in the mountains and used to smoke up the green often at this point. We decided to go up to our favorite parkway to smoke a bit. I talked about this parkway in a post about a year ago, but let me explain real fast. The parkway has a long road up a mountain which pulls off to look either at the mountains or down at the city. We went to our favorite pull off, which is about 25 minutes up the mountain. We smoked and hung out a while. Unfortunately, we didn't realize how fast it was getting dark and the cold front moving in. At that moment in time, I felt confident that I was sober enough to be able to drive home without a problem. So we started heading our way down. Long story short, I found out real fast that I was overconfident and was still too high to drive down. So I asked my fiance if I could stop and pull over, sober up a bit more, which he was perfectly fine with. So this is where the story starts. I pull off at the next one I see, and a car is already parked there. We parked about 15 feet away, and it happened so fast that I couldn't even get a full breath in. My fiance goes, "What are they doing?" And when I look over at the guy in the car, it looks like he's on top of someone. Fiance says there's a girl in the car as well that I didn't see. What was really weird is it honestly looked like he was choking the girl, but we couldn't tell. I mean, no judgment, maybe it was something they were into, but our high minds were like, fuck that. I told him what I saw and was gonna start driving, but it was gonna be slow, so just bear with me. Again, unfortunately life always has other fucking plans. The pull-off we went into had one exactly across the other side of the street, where we didn't see a black GMC truck sitting there. Well, right when I was about to pull out, the truck was weirdly already waiting for me to pull out, with its headlights off. It's completely dark at this point. Right when I pull onto the road, he turns his lights on and is immediately on my bumper. At this point, I am high as fuck, freaking out, trying to get down this mountain. Anyways, he followed me all the way down the mountain, not even backing up a little bit. I get on the highway and the truck is pulling in front of us, trying to get us to slow down, and keeps flickering his turning signals back and forth to get me to pull over. This happens for about 2 minutes before my fiance goes, "Slow down to 10 miles per hour," which is dangerous on a road like that. He had his reasons why he thought it was a good idea, I just don't remember. But once I did, the truck quickly sped away really fast. It didn't make any sense, and we think there's a chance the people could have been messing with us. And I have no idea if seeing the guy choking someone and then being followed by another car were related, but it was weird. I definitely don't smoke and drive anymore. Years ago, I was walking my dog with my sister at a farm right by my house. The farm owner, a nice lady who still runs it today, let the public use their farm and woods for free to walk their dogs as long as the dogs stayed on their leads when by the farm animal pens and fields. The farm was quite big, and if you walk further in, there's little woods at the back of it which are normally quite deserted. We always feel safe walking here though, because we've both known the farm owner since we were babies, and the walls surrounding the farm are massive and couldn't be easily climbed over, if that makes sense. Anyway, we go into the farm and make our way to the woods, because in the woods we can let our dog off the lead. After we let him off his lead, he starts walking around. The woods go in a big circle around the farm, so we usually just do a lap of the woods before coming back into the farm and going home. We were walking along chatting, and then sitting ahead of us on a fallen down tree log was a man. He was just sitting there. What I mean is, he wasn't drinking coffee he had bought from the little farm shop at the farm. He didn't have a dog with him. He was just sitting on a log staring straight ahead at the trees and the woods. We carry on walking, and as we come close to him, he suddenly looks over at us quite quickly and says, "The only way out of this place is over there," in this monotone voice, and points at the woods, which is a part of the woods that just leads to more woods and then to a brick wall that surrounded the farm. We just ignored him and carried on walking. We told the lady who owns the farm that there was a man in the woods, and she said she hadn't seen anyone go in there before us, but asked us nevertheless what he was doing. We said he wasn't doing anything, just sitting there, but we did tell her what he said to us. She looked confused and went into the woods with us and asked us to show her where he had been, so we did. We showed her where he had pointed, and she said, "That leads to the wall that used to separate the farm and the railroad tracks." Apparently, years before there was a railway next to the farm that just stopped being used for whatever reason, some 30 years before. Now just sits there overgrown and desolate. Don't know what that man meant about that being the only way out of the woods, but the whole thing made me feel unnerved. We never saw him again, and neither did the farm owner. Six days a week I would spend 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. stocking anything from fishing lures to makeup. I've never been in a more depressing environment. Everyone was really apathetic and too caught up in their own depressing lives to care about anything or anyone else. This included the managers. Walmarts have generally a weird vibe to them anyways, but this was a 24-hour supercenter in rural West Virginia, so you can imagine the characters, meth and opiate addicts mostly, that would show up throughout the night. We had no security guards, and from what I have come to understand, a lot of the cameras, especially in the parking lot, haven't worked properly in a while. Being one of the few young female overnight stalkers, I encountered my fair share of unwanted advances, but the one that took the cake was this guy who would show up every time I went outside for a smoke break, regardless of the time. 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m., it didn't matter. Dude would appear around the corner and try to strike up a conversation within seconds of me stepping outside. It didn't matter which entrance I used, and there were 3. At first, I assumed he worked there. Why else would anyone voluntarily lurk around this shitty Walmart at all hours of the night? Pretty much everyone on that shift smoked during their 2 nightly 15-minute breaks, so it wasn't out of the question to think he was doing the same. Maybe the timing was just a coincidence, but no. I came to find out that he didn't work there, even though he often wore a dark blue t-shirt, just like the overnight employees. I stopped going outside alone, and would only venture outside with one of my guy friends, particularly one that I've been friends with since middle school. Even their presence didn't deter him, and it kind of became a store-wide joke. I was weirded out but not alarmed until he started getting a little more aggressive. He would ask me if I was seeing anyone, and would ask me out pretty much every chance he got. I was playing GTA 5 at the time, so I came up with a story about my scary long-distance boyfriend Trevor from Northern California. Even then, he wasn't fazed. I was done feigning politeness and began ignoring him. One night, when my main guy friend had called in sick and the others were working on something on the opposite side of the store, I went outside with two older women in my area. After a few minutes, they went inside, and just as I was about to follow them, Walmart Creeper suddenly appeared, pretty sure that he had been waiting around the corner. He insisted on me going to his car with him to see something, taking my hand in his. Not hard, but I was still pissed that he touched me. I'm a genuinely angry person anyway, so I lost my shit. I ripped my hand away and sprinted inside. I reported him to the head manager that night and found out that he had a cousin who worked in the back, unloading trucks. Apparently, he liked to hang out with his cousin at work. The cousin apologized profusely and said that he'll talk to him, but the management was a whole other level of shitty and didn't even say anything to the creeper, let alone ban him from the premises. I ended up quitting because of the horrible management, although it was over an entirely different situation. Found out through a friend that the guy, who was still hanging out at the store every night, was still doing this creepy thing with other women, and tried like hell to learn my name and where I lived. He was apparently asking around about me for weeks later after I left, before disappearing himself. I can't help but thinking about how those parking cameras haven't worked in such a long time, and if anyone would have cared enough to notice if I had just disappeared on one of those long, tiring work nights. So this happened about 6 years ago in a very rural town at a gas station. By very rural, I mean drive over an hour before you even see signs of civilization. I was 16 and needed a job, so I applied and was immediately hired at this gas station. I was supposed to work the night shifts with another coworker, Jules, until I got the hang of everything. The first 3 nights were quiet, 2 customers max each night, and we spent most of our time talking about college. On the 4th night, around 11, we get our first customer, John. Now, everyone in town knew John, for he had some brain damage and was effectively 6. He was pretty big. We both knew John liked Jules and thought he was great. He was sweet and funny. On this night, he had brought in $10 and wanted Snickers and Gatorade, which we gave him. He sat at the table that was out and started snacking while telling us about his new kitten. 30 to 40 minutes later, we get our second visitor, who turned our whole lives upside down. He was a man in his 30s or 40s. He had black hair and a leather jacket. He looked like a greaser. He wanted beer, which was locked up in another room and required someone to get it. Since I was new, Jules went to get it for him. The man said hi to John and me and started trying to strike up a conversation about school. Pretty soon he started to steer the convo towards more inappropriate things, which, since I was a 16-year-old female, I found it weird. He wanted to know if I had a boyfriend, was a virgin, what kind of sex I liked. I silently prayed Jules would hurry up and return, and after dodging his questions for 10 minutes, she did. She gave him his drink and he paid. But he didn't leave. He started talking to her about the same things that he had with me. She was 18, still young, but also older than me. Thus, she was more bold, I guess. She shut him down and asked him to please leave. But now he told us he needed gas, so she unlocked one of the pumps, and he went outside to get his gas. 5 minutes later he returns. It's apparently not working. He asked if one of us could come out and help him. Jules volunteered, but before she left, she handed me the keys. I wasn't allowed them since I was new. She also handed me a piece of folded up paper. On the paper it read, "Lock the doors and keep the lights on." I don't know if this is true everywhere, but where we were, if the gas station lights were on, including the signs and decorations, not just the normal ones, something was up. It was a sign to call the police in my area. She leaves with him and I lock the door, but I stay by the window so I can see them. John joins me and starts asking questions. What's happening? Where's Jules? Who is that guy? I explained the best I could that I didn't know, and that if something happened, we needed to run very fast to get help. It had been about 20 minutes and I couldn't see either of them because they were on the other side of the truck facing away from the window. The worst situations were popping into my head and I started to freak out, but suddenly Jules appeared and I unlocked the door to let her in. The guy's truck peels out and I lock the doors again. She tells me that the guy had grabbed her ass and told her that she could come home with him. Of course, she told him to fuck off or she would call the cops. We spent about 15 minutes calming down and eventually we all leave together. I quit the next morning and got a job in town, but Jules stayed. About a month later, it was on the news that she had been sexually assaulted by a guy who came in late at night. They never caught him, and whenever I go back home, I see her and we talk about that night. It was the same guy, she's sure of it. She's doing good and has a husband and a daughter. John moved to Cali with his mom and cat. I'll never forget that night though, and now whenever I go to a gas station, I check the lights. When I was 18 years old, I started my first job at Spirit Halloween, a seasonal Halloween store. It was my first job, so I was excited and eager to work, finally making my own money for college. Because it's a seasonal location, as you can imagine, management was pretty disorganized. I didn't know half of the staff, scheduling was a mess, and I pretty much just picked up shifts when I wanted to work, and they always needed the help. One day, I'm in the break room and about to head back on the sales floor when a manager I hadn't met came in. He starts asking questions about my name, age, what I was studying in school, etc., and insisted that I stay on break a little longer and sit down and drink a Red Bull with him. We sat down and he proceeded to brag to me about how when he was younger, he used to work on movie sets and used to be in production. The entire conversation revolved around him trying to impress me with these stories. I thought it was weird, but I never had a job before, so I thought maybe he was just making conversation with me. After our conversation, we both went back on the sales floor, and I noticed he would guide me over to a section to work by touching me on the small of my back and making suggestive comments that slowly started to make me uncomfortable. Later that shift, I asked him for his email so that when the season ended and I needed to apply for other jobs, I would have his contact information. He told me to send him a text with my full name so that he knew who it was. I texted him while we were still at the store and didn't think anything of it. That night after work, I was up late doing homework when he texted me back. Throughout the night, he kept texting me and it was all unrelated to work. At this point, my alarms are going off in my head that this seems highly inappropriate. My 45-year-old manager is trying to talk to me at 1 a.m. outside of work. I stopped responding and left it at that. Later on, I went on Facebook and realized that when he had me text him my full name, he used it to look me up and try to add me as a friend. The next time I went into work, I planned to try to avoid him as much as possible. However, as soon as I got there, he came up to me and started asking me questions about whether I drank or smoked, stating that we should do it together sometime. This man literally told me I should come over to his house and I could teach him how to roll up, and that we should get high on our breaks together. Mind you, he's 45, a manager, and I'm 18. At this point, I knew that what he was doing was inappropriate because he would only make these kind of conversations when we were alone. Anytime coworkers or other managers were around, he would stop, so I tried my best to keep around my other coworkers. This shift though, he pulled me away from my normal section and told me he had a special task that I had to help him with. He takes me in the back of the store where we keep the inventory and had me help start marking down some items. I was on very high alert because we were alone in the back of the store where there were no cameras. Again, he keeps making comments about how we should hang out and continues to tell me stories about old jobs he used to have in his youth to try to impress me. He lifted some lingerie type shorts and made a comment he used to wear those when he was a stripper. Eventually, he tells me about the cool Halloween decorations he had set up in the front of his house and wanted to show me a photo of it. He pulls out his phone and opens the camera roll. As I'm looking at his phone waiting for him to find the photo, I notice something familiar in his camera roll. His most recent photo was a photo of me staring back at me. He had screenshot my Facebook profile photo, and it was just sitting there in his camera roll. I gasped as a reaction and tried to hide my surprise because at this point, I was creeped out to the max. He made some weird comment about how I was just so beautiful. I couldn't help myself, and I felt disgusted. I didn't confront him about how off-putting that was because I was just in shock. I texted all of my friends about what happened, and they all agreed it was horribly inappropriate. The remainder of my working there that season consisted of him hitting on me and continuing to make me uncomfortable. Because it was a seasonal job, I didn't report him because it's not like we had an HR department, and as it got closer to Halloween, I knew that they weren't going to fire him when we needed workers. I just tried to avoid him as much as possible, but he continued to text me and try to talk to me every time I was at work. Looking back, it makes me sad that my first ever experience working a job was spent trying to avoid the advancements of a manager that was 30 years older than me. I'm grateful I trusted my gut about him. I'm 5'3", 115 pounds, so I guess I'm pretty small. That's my reasoning for being very submissive over all of this. When I started working at this fast food chain, I was 16. It was my first job and I was excited to finally take my first steps into adulthood. This coworker of mine that was training me, for privacy reasons, I'm going to call him Frank. Frank at first glance looked young, 19 to 21 at the most. We got along and nothing was too bad nor alarming. Light conversations about anime and such. I remember things started to change slightly when he was talking about a video game character and none of our coworkers knew who it was. When I saw the green hat character, I said, "Oh, that's Link, how cute. I used to watch my brother play Legends of Zelda, 4 Swords." He looked at me and said, "Marry me." I laughed it off and continued on with my day. For the rest of my shift, he would hover over me, asking me personal questions like my age, favorite things, etc. Being the open, friendly person I was, I answered happily. I told him that I loved butterflies and that I was 16. I'm 17 now, and I've had several jobs since. When an older man asks for your age as a minor, it's never a good sign. Moving on to December, I've been at this chain for a month now. My manager asked me if I wanted to come to their company's Secret Santa party, and I agreed. When the day came, I arrived with my now ex-boyfriend. Frank arrives on his phone, acting busy and such, and I thought nothing of it. During the whole party, he was on his phone. I was getting food when he tapped me on the shoulder, still on his phone, and handed me a beautiful butterfly necklace. I didn't know what to say besides thanking him, thinking that he was my Secret Santa. Then later, my coworker comes up to me handing me a gift card to Starbucks and a plush. I asked why, and she said that she was my Secret Santa. I thought it must have been a mistake and went on with my night, listening to my old best friend telling me how I should date Frank, which in my mind was never on the table. January rolls around and it's Frank's birthday. We were just working until I heard one of my girl coworkers, who was into him at the time, wish him a happy birthday. Being that person, I wished him a happy birthday, while the other coworkers asked how old he was turning. He said 27. Might I add that every shift I worked with him, he would take several photos of me before and after the shift, commenting about my hair, my skin, and eyes, often said how cute my nose was. Again, not wanting to make a scene, I just laughed everything off. That's always the case, isn't it? We don't want to cause a scene. I did start telling him to please stop, but of course he wouldn't, no matter how many times I asked him to. Now I'm going to skip into May, my birthday month, and of course, I was working on my birthday. I went to the back door as usual. Due to COVID, I had to ring the doorbell and wait for someone to open the door. Out of nowhere, Frank pops out of the bushes, handing me all kinds of gifts. That day was his day off, so I was generally confused. I remember thinking, how the hell did he know it was my birthday? I never talked about it since I don't like celebrating it. He followed me around for a few minutes before awkwardly leaving when I apologized that I needed to get to work and not get yelled at. July is when I finally found a new job. I quit due to sexual harassment I had endured for the 9 months I had worked there from my shift lead. That's a whole nother story, but when a man starts getting handsy, don't laugh it off, shut that shit down. It got really bad when my ex-best friend that I mentioned earlier started showing all my coworkers, including Frank and that shift lead, explicit photos of me that he stole off my phone without me knowing. I was very insecure at the time and was in an abusive relationship, so I'd give anything that boy asked of me. Anyway, at that point, I had about had it. After being interrogated about that shift lead, I put in my 2 weeks. On my last week, everyone was talking about how the shift lead got laid off for sexual harassment. Frank and I were doing the dishes and the topic came up. I awkwardly told him about it, not knowing how everyone knew my story. The shift lead would often grab my ass, rub my thigh, talk about my boobs and about how, if they were bigger, things he would do to my body, etc. I would say stop politely, but he would continue. When I started yelling and saying stop more aggressively, he would often make me do tasks like clean the greasy floors on my hands and knees or cleaning the dining room when it was closed due to COVID. When I told Frank this, he shrugged it off and said that was no reason for him to be fired. I remember being absolutely shocked, retorting, "I'm glad I'm leaving this hellhole," and left after that. A month into my new job as a hostess, everything was going well. It's a restaurant, but everyone comes in there to drink, so it's more of a bar. On one of my 2 a.m. shifts, Frank stops by on his bike. I tried to be friendly, but was getting frustrated when he kept cutting me off from talking to other people. I then walk away to bus tables because no one else would do it, and he couldn't follow me to the restaurant. Outdoor seating, of course. After busting all the tables, I came up to the counter to see my coworker giggling. "What happened?" I asked. The hostess smiled. "That's so cute how your boyfriend takes photos of you while you're working. That's so cute how he obsesses over you. He wouldn't stop talking about you to us." Boyfriend? I was and still remain single after that bullcrap of a relationship. The only person they could have been referring to was Frank. Then it dawned on me. How the hell did he know where I was working and my shift schedule? I didn't tell anyone besides my parents and my brother. A week goes by and Frank comes back. I may have gotten a little overdramatic, but I didn't know what else to do. I told the other host at the counter to tell him I'm not working today and dashed inside. I told my manager that this man, Frank, keeps taking photos of me as I'm working and it's making me uncomfortable. My manager told me to stay in the back room while he went out and handled the situation. Our restaurant is very popular in the area and it's very crowded in the front. Frank with his bike was blocking customers and that's what my manager was telling him. My idiotic ass was popping my head up a little under the back room window where I could see what was going on in the front. I freaked out a little when I saw Frank getting aggressive with my manager. He begins thrashing while my manager tries to lead him out of the front. Frank throws his bike and tries to head into the building. A few male waiters see what's happening and were informed by my manager. I remember one waiter standing in the back room with me watching the door as another was practically fighting with Frank. I could only hear yelling outside the door, and then it went quiet. I spent the rest of my shift like that, cleaning silverware with that male server. From then on, people would walk me to my car, even if it was broad daylight. From August to November, he would be on his bike passing by the restaurant from a distance. He would just be watching and taking photos for about 10 to 20 minutes before leaving. Now, the reason why I thought of putting this here was now it's been a little more intense besides just looking from a distance. Due to COVID, I'm not needed anymore because now my restaurant is takeout only. I had been working seasonal jobs while working at that restaurant, but now I'm not working, waiting to get my schedule. Because I was bored this day, I drove to my local mall just to do a little Christmas shopping. While driving, I look in my rearview mirror to see a recognizable face. It was Frank. I practically choke on my spit seeing his face in my mirror. I try not to get the best of myself and knock it off as a coincidence. Yeah, it wasn't. He followed me throughout the mall and later followed me while I was driving home. No one knows where I live besides that old friend, and I'd like to keep it like that. So I drove for an hour, getting lost and taking random turns until I finally lost him. I now believe this is how he tracked me down. My car isn't common, but it doesn't stand out too much. It's January 2021, and ever since the start of the new year, I've been getting phone calls going like this. Hello? Hello? And then they hang up. Along with that, I've gotten many random messages asking me about gifts and delivering me a gift. I'm not one that usually uses social media, but these messages were all over mine. All of them from newly made accounts across Snapchat and Instagram. On one occasion, an account started sending me photos that I never sent to anyone. These photos were photos of my cat that I had saved in my Snapchat album. Just photos and photos of things I never sent, and ending with, "I have a gift for you." I deleted both apps, along with deleting almost everything off my phone. A week ago, I downloaded Snapchat again due to some dumb assignment my teacher wanted us to do with that crap social media app. One of my old coworkers sent me a message. I opened it. "Frank wants to give you your Christmas gift. Want to stop by?" Maybe I'm just overreacting, or maybe those accounts were Frank. I just want to say that my personality has changed because of all this. I'm very protective now, rarely talk to anyone. I'm not as friendly as I was then. It's only been a little over a year, yet I feel like I've aged 10 plus. I just want to say, Frank, let's not meet, and fuck your Christmas gift. A lot of this is told from my coworker's perspective because I didn't notice the guy. Anyway, a guy walks into our store, walks up to my coworker up at the front and asks, "Do I have a sunburn on my neck?" and turns around and he pulls up his hair. He has red spray paint on his neck. Later, this guy has been there for an hour lurking around the store. My manager said that she heard the guy creeping around the back during that time too. Eventually the guy left and was still lurking around the store. He saw my coworker folding shirts and began to follow her around. So my coworker goes back in the front and gets my manager up there. So they are both there. I walk up front because it's almost closing time. I grab a basket full of items and start walking to the area to put them away. The creepy guy was also near the front. He looks at my coworkers, then looks at me and starts following me. So my manager uses the walkie-talkie and calls me up to the front. I walk up there and we start talking about what we're gonna do when we close. My manager leaves because he notices the guy has disappeared and goes to check the back. In the meantime, my coworker tells me about the guy and I was like, huh? I didn't see him at all while I was working. That's creepy. And then my manager comes back and tells us where the guy went. My manager had walked to the back and saw that the guy was trying to hide inside one of the boxes in the back. My manager kicked him out the back door because he didn't want us to see the guy. That's what happened today at work. Creepy shit. I probably saw him during the day, but just didn't notice the guy and how creepy he was. I work alone until quite late at night in a rural place. It's a shop, so people do pop in, but it's generally very quiet. 2 recent encounters in the last year or so. First was last year. It was about 10:30 p.m. in the middle of winter, below zero outside, really cold and very windy. There was already frost on the ground, and it was snowing on and off. I can barely see out the window as there aren't many lights out there. There's a road directly outside, but the streetlights are far and few between. Anyone looking in can clearly see me in the shop because it's bright. I was peering through the window to see if it was snowing yet. I thought I caught sight of some movement, but figured it was a cat or something. A few minutes later, I look out again and see a man walk past. He has no top on, naked from the waist up, weird as it's so cold. I immediately felt nervous. I carried on, doing whatever job I was doing, but I'm still nervous as I'm on my own. I'm a female if that matters. I glance out and he's walking past quickly again, still across the road. This time he looks at me. I know he sees me, but he carries on walking. I then decided I'm gonna lock the door, and I do. I lock it and scuttle back to the till where the window is, and he's standing right there with his nose almost pressed up against the glass. He is breathing on the window and the frost is melting. I bolt to the office and lock the door. I phone the police. The whole time I hear him rattling the shop door trying to get in. The police came quickly and he had just left. They said later that they caught up with him and he was from a mental facility. There are a few in my area and he just basically walked off. I don't work those late nights anymore. So this just happened a few hours ago. I am a recruiter for a big company, and I was at an event today with a table set up to tell people about job opportunities at my company. Everything was going great at first. People are taking my flyers and asking questions. Then this guy that works for the same company I do, but out in a different center, walks up to me and starts off pretty normal. We're talking about how he's a driver. Mind you, I don't know this man at all. Then everything went downhill. He pulls out his phone and shows me a picture of myself from a few hours before, because my hair was down in the photo, but I had put it up very early after arriving. To make it clear, in the photo I wasn't aware that I was having my picture taken. It also creeped me out because he said he sent my photo to a few of his friends because he thought it was funny that our company had a hiring fair. I was very uncomfortable, needless to say, but didn't know what to do because I was at the event by myself. I quickly ended that conversation. 5 minutes after I was sure he walked away, I packed up my table and supplies and left. I informed my employer of what happened after I left because I was so freaked out. Unfortunately, I didn't get the man's name, but my supervisor is going to see what he can do because I know his office and position. I don't think anything is going to be done about it, but I reported it in the hopes that maybe my supervisor will have 2 recruiters at events rather than having me alone. So me, 38 female, and my girlfriend, 27 female, used to clean banks for extra money, and we always had to wait for the banks to close and all the tellers to go home for the evening before we could begin cleaning. Well, one night, we ate a big Mexican dinner and fell asleep at home afterwards, waiting on the tellers to go home. I woke up at like midnight and realized that we hadn't gone to clean the bank yet. We darted up and out the door and headed to the bank. We had the bank codes to get in and out and to disarm the alarms, so it didn't really matter what time we cleaned them as long as they were done before the tellers arrived back in the morning. Well, we cleaned the bank and we're all done, so we grab the trash and head to the dumpsters after we lock back up. The dumpster is located in the dark alley behind the bank, but there was never anyone out there ever. I was in front of my girlfriend, so I threw my bag of trash in the dumpster, then turned around to walk back to the car while she was throwing her bag into the dumpster. Here comes the scary part. As I'm turning around to walk back to our car, which is located by the bank door at the end of the alley, I am frozen in fear. I mean, I have been in some pretty scary situations in my life and have never ever felt terror like this. At the end of the alley is a tall man wearing a dress and a blonde wig and wielding a machete. Not just wielding it, whatever that means, but twirling it around his fingers, legs standing far apart, ready to go into attack mode. I remember being frozen with fear, thinking to myself, this is it. This is how and where I'm gonna die. My girlfriend is still throwing her trash into the dumpster and hadn't seen him yet, so I turned and screamed for her, but no words would come out. She eventually turned around and met my terrified stare and looked past me at the man. She was scared too, but in her tough girl voice managed to shriek out, "Can we help you with something?" He didn't respond, just kept twirling the machete. She screams this time and says, "You better get the fuck out of here now, cause I'm calling 911, and we will fight you to the death until they come." He laughed this eerie, crackling laugh and walked away. I dread thinking about what he would have done to us had either of us been alone that night, which sometimes we did if the other one isn't feeling well or was too tired to go. I work overnights as a janitor at this old abandoned gym that has been converted into a construction office storage unit. So tonight I was working, and about 20 minutes or so into my shift, I hear a loud bang sound. It startles me a little bit, and I think nothing of it since it's storming really bad outside. I hear it again, and glass breaks at the same time. I follow the noises and hear more loud banging and some screaming. I get closer, and I am led to a window in the back of the building. Then I look outside and see that someone's outside the window. The windows are triple layered glass and one-way mirrors as well. He continues to hit the glass with a chunk of concrete, and the glass starts chipping in square pieces. He screams some more and manages to get through the first layer of glass. He gets pissed off once he realizes there's more glass. I tell him stop and leave, or I'm calling the police. Then he starts threatening me, saying something along the lines of, "I'll bite your kneecaps off." So I finally get the cops on the phone and tell them what's going on. I was waiting by the window with this big ass wrench in my hands, ready to swing if he manages to get inside. Not even a few minutes later, the cops finally show up, and they have their guns pointed at him. They get him cuffed, and he tells them some wild ass story, saying that he owns this place and lost his keys. So I work at a deli counter. This tall and intimidating man walks up. He looks like he's fresh out of prison. He asks for some baked chicken. We're all out, so I say sorry in my cheery customer service voice. "I'm so sorry, but we're out at the moment." He responds with leaning in and quietly but sternly said, "That makes me so fucking mad. I almost can't stand it." Huge red flag. I can tell that this guy wants anything to set him off, so again, I tried killing him with kindness because he was starting to scare me. I say, "I'm sorry about that, but we have some fried chicken left." "I don't want any of that dry ass shit." "We have a fresh batch coming out in 5 minutes. Would that work?" He says, "Fine," and then proceeds to pace back and forth in front of my department, menacingly. When the chicken comes up, I half-jokingly tell the fryer, "Make sure the temp's out, because this man will come back and shoot up the store." While I pack up his food, I try to make small talk, and I'm being really nice to him. I've worked customer service for 15 years, so I was laying it on thick. I just didn't want anything to set him off. He thanked me and left. I told security and the lead clerks about him as well. Now the effed up part. A few days later, my lead clerk told me that the same man was arrested for pulling out an AK-47 on someone that same night, just a few blocks away. Fast forward a few weeks, I have no idea how he served such little time. He comes back in. My heart drops. I immediately go to help him, as I had a new hire on, and my coworker was really young, 18 and male. I didn't want them to say anything wrong. This time he's all smiles and jokes and super sweet. It was a complete 180. After I serve him, he says, "You know, the last time you helped me, I was in a bad place. I was looking for trouble. You were the only person that was so kind and helped me calm down. It stopped me from doing something really stupid in the store." I was like, "Yeah, I know. You really scared me, man, but I guess it didn't entirely stop you from doing a stupid thing." And we both laughed about it. because he knew I knew about what happened later. He comes in every so often. Security keeps an eye on him at all times. But the last time he came in, this motherfucker has the audacity to ask me out. I fucking hate it here. In July 2014, I got a job at a meat shop in a grocery store. I had no experience at all, but they hired me because they were desperate for help, and I took it because I was desperate for a job. I didn't care what kind of job I had to work, or how hard it was, because my wife was pregnant and the baby was due in October. I probably would have never even thought to apply at a meat department, but my sister-in-law worked in the office and told me to apply. The next day, I get a call to come in for an interview and a drug test. I did, and was hired that day. The person from corporate, we'll call him Carl, started showing me the meat shop and telling me my job duties. While doing so, the meat cutter I've known since high school, who was friends with my older brother, we'll call him Steven, was showing my new manager Mike. We will use Mike's real name because I'm leaving a link to a news article which tells the name. I'm not protecting this creep. Anyway, Steven was showing Mike how to clean a saw. I started the next day and everything went okay. It was all of us in the shop, including Carl. He was only there to help us out until I got the hang of my new job, and Mike got the hang of his. Mike said he had experience, which he did work in a meat shop before, but he was really awful at his job. His cuts of meat were unidentifiable, and he did anything he could to get out early. He didn't get real bad until Carl left about 2 weeks later to take care of other shops. Carl still popped in every now and then, and always checked out the shop on his way home. Anyway, Mike creeped me out on his looks alone. Also, it didn't help on my first day. It was just me and him, near the end of the shift, and he was teaching me how to put the tenderizer back together after cleaning it. He said, just like sticking a dick in a pussy. Like I said, I thought he was creepy, but I was afraid to say anything because everyone liked him and I didn't want to lose my job. A few times I was going to because anytime he messed up something, he blamed me. About 2 weeks in, Steven was telling me how much he disliked him when we were on our way to the front to clock out, and I was relieved and said, "Oh, thank God, I thought I was the only one who thought he was creepy." Steven then talked about how much Mike sucked at his job and assured me that him and Carl talk every day and they know I'm not messing up. They know it's Mike doing it. A few more weeks pass by, and on days when it's just me and Steven, he fills me in on other stuff Mike did while I was off. The one that freaked Steven out was, he said he swore he saw Mike staring at a 12-year-old girl's ass as she walked up the aisles. Anytime he would try telling someone, they would say he was bullying Mike or misunderstood something, that kind of stuff. A few weeks later, Steven, who lives on the farm, fell off the barn and split his ass cheeks open. He didn't go to the doctor or anything, he just bandaged it up himself and moved on. He was telling us at work only because he had to go on break to change his bandages. When he came back in the room, Mike asked where he had discarded the bandages, and Steven said, "In the bathroom trash," with an eyebrow raised, wondering why in the hell that was so important. Mike yelled out, "I want to see," and went through the trash with his bare hands to find the bandages. A few days later, Steven and Mike had to go to a meeting at the store in the next town over. They took separate vehicles, of course, but Steven said Mike was following him everywhere. Steven kept taking the back roads, trying to lose Mike so he could change his bandages, but Mike kept following. He started to change them, and just then, Mike pulled up beside him with a huge grin, rolling down his window and asked, "What are you doing?" Steven was so pissed and told Mike, "I'm trying to change my damn bandages," and I guess started cussing Mike out, and Mike took off. Fast forward about a year later, Mike has been in trouble over and over again, and Carl met Mike at the front doors before opening and sent him to another store 2 counties over, a place Mike didn't want to go. Steven and I think it's because people know him there and know how he was. Mike told tall tales was a pervert and just downright disgusting. Steven became the manager and everything was normal for once and clean. Carl stopped by the shop one day and informed us that Mike was missing. He went on vacation and never came back. A few days later, Steven texted me on my day off saying to look up Mike's name on Google because Carl had told him to do the same. I did, and I did, and well, there's this. We don't know if he's still in jail or what. I hope so. I have an American bulldog who is scared of everything, so I don't think of her as my protector. I feel that I'm her protector, and I'm fine with that. My boyfriend works late, so she usually barks when she hears the garage open. At 10:55, she starts going crazy. At first, I told her to go back to bed. Then I heard my doorbell go off and excessive knocking. We never use our front door. Not once have we ever entered through our front door. We use the garage. My first thought was that my boyfriend's garage opener must be broken or something, but I had no calls or texts from him. My dog was going insane. We live in a gated community, so I don't feel unsafe ever. I go down and my dog is with me. I can't see through the peephole because I'm really short. I heard someone scream, "Help me," and then they started knocking and using the doorbell. I thought it was my boyfriend just playing a trick on me. We have one of those hotel locks on the top of the door, so you can open it 2 inches without really opening it. I unlocked the deadbolt and doorknob and opened it. A man was saying, "Help me," and then started jerking the doorknob. I screamed, "What do you need help with?" He wouldn't speak and kept jerking the doorknob while my dog sounded the meanest I've ever heard. I slammed the door with all my strength and locked it back up. I yell, "I'm calling the cops." While on the phone, he's still ringing the doorbell and beating at the door. 911 heard it. I felt bad because I wasn't sure if he was hurt, but why wouldn't they say something when the door was open? Why didn't my dog's bark faze them at all? He was still beating on my door until the cops got there. When they get there, I see them put an elderly man in the back of the car. I found out that it's my neighbor across the street that I've never met before and had barely seen. Apparently he has dementia and got out of his house. I have a feeling of such guilt for calling the police and scaring his wife. I also felt stupid for how scared I was. I watch a lot of crime shows, and my boyfriend has an important job and sometimes isn't home until 4 a.m. So immediately I thought someone was watching me and knew I was home alone. But it was scary, and now I feel dumb and feel like if it was someone to hurt me, I did the wrong thing by opening the door, even though it still had that lock on it. I keep trying to tell myself that I did the right thing, because what was I supposed to do when all I knew that a strange man was at my door, acting erratically and trying to get into my house. I feel bad for his wife and that the cops made him take an ambulance to the ER to get checked out. Anyways, that's my creepy encounter for 2022, and hopefully for the rest of my life. When I was 11, my family moved to a very rural area in Minnesota in 1990 after living in a city in Wisconsin. We were surrounded by cornfields, and it was about 45 minutes to any larger town or city. I just want to set the scene a little because as a young kid who was used to the city, it definitely added to the creepy factor at night. What made it even worse at night for me was that a lot of times I was left alone. My mom was a night shift nurse and my dad was a truck driver. I would leave the TV on, playing Nick at Night, so I could fool myself into thinking that my mom was in the living room, watching shows. I would also sleep in their room because it brought me comfort and it was closer to the TV. Some may disapprove of this, but at the time, there wasn't much to do about it. My parents needed to make money, and this is what they chose to do. Anyway, it was like this often, but one weekend my dad was home, which doesn't happen much. So this meant I was in my room, which is right near the front door. My dad was in their bedroom, towards the back of the house. We had a Springer Spaniel who was my best friend and slept with me often. One night that weekend, I woke up with him not on my side and could hear what sounded like a dog, my dog, growling and whimpering. I got up, walked to the kitchen right outside my room, and looked towards the front door. In the entryway, I saw the head of a man bent down near my dog, and I said, "Hello?" Not sure what the hell I was thinking as a young girl. I should have ran to my dad, but I was worried about my dog, I guess. He stood up, looking startled. I don't remember what he looked like very well, but he was probably in his 40s or 50s, short and looked a little disheveled. He asked me where the nearby town was, and I told him that I didn't know, but I could get my dad. The man had taken a few steps forward, and my dog growled. He then said that he would figure it out and walked out the door. I ran to get my dad, and needless to say, my dad was really upset that I didn't come get him right away. The man never came back, that I know of. I don't know if he somehow knew that I was usually home alone and tried to come in, or if maybe he was drunk and entered the wrong house, thinking it was his. It was definitely pure luck that this strange guy came into my house on a weekend that my dad was home. I know for sure that my dog may have saved me from something awful happening. I still wonder what he was doing bent down that would make my dog whimper like that. I also wonder what would have happened if I had not heard my dog. Anyway, that's my story. It's definitely creepy for me. Some background information, as it's somewhat important. First of all, I'm a female, 5 foot tall, 24 years old at the time, but getting mistaken for a teenager all the time. Baby face, teeny frame. Second of all, I live in Europe, so no guns for me. Enjoy. So this encounter took place a few years ago. I was living in a super huge apartment block, and quite a shitty one. One afternoon, I was just chilling with my then girlfriend when I suddenly heard faint, scratching noises outside the door. Definitely weird, but I dismissed it, thinking it's probably some neighborhood kiddos scratching the walls with a key, or other stupid stuff kids sometimes do. A moment passed and the noise didn't disappear. Quite the opposite, it got louder. At this point, I started to realize what the sound was. It was the sound of a metal object scratching at my door's lock. I immediately got startled and went to look via the peephole. The long corridor was half dark, and right there in front of my door, there was a man. I couldn't see his face too clearly, but I was 100% sure I did not know him. He was tinkering with the lock in some way, but with the peephole's limited field of view, I couldn't see exactly what he was doing. I made sure all the doors are locked and backed off as it fell silent. Just as I was about to return to the living room, the door handle slowly moved down, and just as slowly returned to its initial position. I goddamn freaked. I hurried to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife, and had squatted next to the door. It was locked, but if he managed to pick it, well, there I was, frightened and armed. For a moment, it fell silent again. Then, the lever slowly went down and up again. More scratching, and the lever moving again, then silence again. And then I hear a whisper, "Let me in." My heart skipped a bit, or a dozen of them probably. Let me in. If he was screaming, it would be as frightening, but he wasn't. He was whispering to my door repeatedly, "Let me in." I think I unfroze for a second because I grabbed my phone and called the security. The apartment block had the security, but they were stationed on a small booth outside the block itself, which was huge. I lived on the 8th floor, so it was really long distance to get there, especially given that they were lazy bastards who usually watch TV and smoke so much that there was heavy fog inside the booth. Still, I gave them a panicked call, quickly explained the situation. Sure enough, the guards laughed it off, saying that the stranger is probably just some drunk neighbor. He told me that the other guard is on patrol and that he'll call him and tell him to come to my door. I have no idea why I didn't call the police, but I probably was just too frightened to think straight. The block was in the middle of nowhere, so the nearest police station was quite far away anyways. My girlfriend just kept observing, probably some kind of stress reaction too. Seconds felt like hours. After some time, it fell silent, this time for good. 15 minutes later, the freaking security guard finally knocked on my door, long after the guy was gone. Good job, man, seriously. Take your sweet time. Thank you very much. He said that he would close the gate and check the camera footage, but he didn't look too tense, so I don't know if he actually did that. To this day, I have no idea what happened. Maybe it was some drunk neighbor who left the elevator one floor too early or too late and thought his wife had locked him out. Maybe it was some fucking psycho or a junkie trying to purposely access my door. I'll never know. I guess I prefer it that way. Growing up as a teenager, it was just me and my mom that lived together. An important part of the story is the fact that our house was in the country, about 40 miles away from the big city we lived close to. When I started high school, I went to a private high school in the big city, and my mom also worked in that city. For convenience, my mom bought a house in the city near my school and her work, but we kept the country house for the weekends. It's also critical to know that this country house was in some fancy pants gated, secured, and patrolled neighborhood. It was a 2-story house, and we never went upstairs. The upstairs was an informal living room, a bar, a bathroom, and a game room. There just wasn't really any reason to go up there. Also, the downstairs dining room and formal living room were absolutely 100% off limits. I was never allowed to walk in there or go there unless it was a hosted dinner like Christmas or Thanksgiving. It was oddly kept like a museum. I never really moved into the city house. I kept all my clothes and belongings in our country house because we had all of our animals at the country house. I would drive home every day after school to do my homework, feed the animals, watch TV, and do shit around the house. After my homework was done, I would pack an overnight bag of clothes for the next day at school. Then I would drive to the city house. We did, however, spend all of our weekends back at home at our country house. One day I came home after school and I'm putzing around the house. I finished my homework and animal duties, and I go to pack my bag for the next day at school. My dresser drawers were really messed up and things weren't really folded. It looked as if someone had been rummaging through my clothes. I honestly thought I must have messed it up the last time I had packed clothes. I go to leave the house, and there's a crystal bowl turned upside down on the living room tables. I'm honestly shocked I even noticed, but I did because everything in that room was kept in museum quality. I thought it was odd, but didn't think much more of it, and left to the city house. The next day, I'm back at the country house after school and finished my homework and animal duties. This time, my closet seemed a bit in disarray. At this point, I think, holy shit, my mom came home in the middle of the day to see if I had drugs or something in my room? Which I didn't. I wasn't into anything like that. However, when I was leaving the house, I noticed there was a second crystal bowl turned over right next to the first one, so this definitely stood out to me. I went into the room and completely surveyed it. Yes, for a fact, there were only 2 bowls turned over upside down. I drove to the city house and asked my mom if she went through my room. She denies it and asked me, "Do you think someone has been in our house?" I say no because, well, nothing was missing. Plus, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, it's in a gated, patrolled, and secure neighborhood. The third day, I go to school, and a girl a year younger than me at my private high school actually lives directly across the street from my country house. On the off chance we ever stayed the weeknight there, I'd always drive her to school with me. She comes up to me and says, "We saw you leaving your driveway this morning. We flashed our lights at you, but it was foggy, so I guess you didn't see us." At this point, I'm definitely thinking it's my mom going through my room because my mom and I, at the time, drove matching white Mercedes. So I'm thinking my neighbor saw my mom's car leaving. I drive to the country house after school. Again, I walk in and immediately see a third bowl turned over. Chills cover my entire body. I'm walking into my room, bed sheets stripped, pillowcase gone. So many things from a bookshelf were missing. It was completely ransacked. I immediately ran outside of the house and called my mom and then the police. When the police showed up, my mom, who was driving to the house but still on the phone with me, asked me to go into her bedroom closet and look under the stack of jeans on the highest shelf. There was nothing there. It's apparently one of the 3 places my mom kept her jewelry. She started sobbing. She asked me to check under her underwear in her drawer. No jewelry there. She then asked me to check under her winter sweaters. Nothing there. She is hysterical at this point. She also asked me to check under the stove. Again, nothing. That's where she kept a heavy wooden box of silverware her parents brought over from Sweden when they moved to America. Everything that was considered valuable or heritage was completely gone. Every last thing. All of it. The security gate had 0 unauthorized visitors on their cameras and no other white Mercedes. The police did a full sweep of the house and identified a space in the upstairs game room where someone had apparently been living. There were also soda cans in the attic space that is accessed through a small door in the upstairs bar. Apparently, I had been coming home as a 16-year-old while someone or multiple people were living in our upstairs space and had been doing a full scope of the house and all the assets to steal. To add insult to injury, my mother died unexpectedly about 3 weeks after the robbery happened. The insurance claim my father had to make, who was entirely out of the picture, turned out to be $480,000. Now the worst part, I'm 16 years old. Remember how my neighbor saw a white Mercedes coming out of our driveway? The local police in a very small town that this county house was in tried to charge me with robbery and insurance fraud, assuming that I had took all the stuff from our house. It only lasted about 2 weeks, but was intensely brutal. I cried pretty much nonstop. It was unending tears. My mother had just died, and I was working with my lawyers to fight for my innocence. A few years back, I moved to a relatively remote part of town with my boyfriend. We owned a small section of land behind our home, which consisted of woods, a creek, and general shrubbery. I would take my dogs out there every day for walks, and one day came across what looked like a campsite where a homeless person would live. There was a basket full of sticks and what I assumed was being used for firewood. There was a mattress, blankets, and tarps. It looked relatively kept, so I assumed someone must have been actively staying there. I went off in a different direction and decided to stay away from that area. I told my boyfriend what I had came across that day, and we were trying to figure out what we should do to eventually remove the person, as this was our land and we didn't feel comfortable having someone camping out so close to our home. We sort of forget about it for a few months until one day I'm walking past that area again with my dogs and curiosity got the best of me, so I went to have a snoop. Once again, I found the same layout. There were some leftover food items and the remainder of a fire. I quickly left. That same night, as I was waiting for my boyfriend to get home, I was in the kitchen cooking and facing the window that looked outside towards the woods. That's when I thought I saw someone standing next to a tree, but it was so dark out and I have horrible eyesight, so I didn't try to overthink it. But then I actually started overthinking. Our home and property was fenced, and then about that little campsite I saw again today. I freaked myself out. Could that be the person that was staying there? I knew someone probably was, but didn't think that they would show themselves, if that makes sense. I carried on cooking and thinking on it, hyping myself up in a bad way. I kept looking around but couldn't see anyone, so I hoped it was just my anxiety and my overthinking. And that's when there was a knock on the back door. We had curtains covering the window on that door, so I couldn't see who was knocking, and I wouldn't be able to see from the window I was standing at either. I went to the door, moved the curtain. No one was there. The dog started barking at this point, which if you have dogs you know that when you are feeling anxious, them barking can freak you out even more. I was playing music and turned it off so I could hear better. The dogs were barking in the front room at the window, but I couldn't see anything. I shut the curtains fully, then calmed down the dogs, but I was feeling very, very uneasy. Suddenly, a noise came from the kitchen, like someone was jumping against the door. The dogs started going crazy again and ran into the kitchen. I went after them. The door kept jittering and moving. Someone was trying to get in. The pole that was holding up the curtain fell, and I saw the man, wearing what looked like a white face mask, some sort of cover to conceal his face. He kept pushing on the door. I was hyperventilating at that point. If I left out the front door, he could run and get me in seconds. So I left the dogs downstairs and ran upstairs, locking myself in the bathroom. I felt so scared, and I was so scared for my dogs. I called the police, and I could hear the back door keep being hit, and the dogs barking so loudly. I remember how I haven't even been able to tell the police my address before the noises stopped, and I could just hear the barking, but no more bashing sounds. I was momentarily convinced that he had gotten in, but surely I would be able to hear some sort of struggle. My dogs were 2 large German shepherds, yet I could hear nothing. The police arrived very soon after, and my back door was still intact. I spoke with them through the bathroom window, as I was too scared to come down before they assessed the house from the outside. I had to calm the dogs down before I let them in, as the dogs were very riled up. I told the police about the homeless person who lived in the woods. They had a look in the area and couldn't seem to find anyone or anything suspicious. That was until a few weeks later when myself and my partner, along with our dogs, walked down to the campsite again to see if it had been abandoned or not, on the slim chance that they did have something to do with the break-in. And we found this, the white mask I spoke about before. How I couldn't tell what it was. It was hanging on this tree. Gloves and boots were hidden in a bag, which was found by the creek, soaking wet. Apparently, all this wasn't there when the police had went down there that night, though the campsite, for the first time, definitely looked abandoned. We sent pictures to the police, who came down again soon after, but even though they had all the evidence, safe to say nothing was ever done about it, most likely as there was no successful break-in. We got everything removed from the campsite and taken away. Who knows what would have happened if the back door had given in. I still worry thinking about it. It's left me with a lot more unresolved anxiety than I ever had. For a bit of context, I'm a single female in my 30s and live alone, apart from my pets. I'm on my own when it comes to my safety. So this happened last summer. It was around 11 p.m. and I was sitting at my dinner table typing away on my final paper for the semester. Behind me sits my kitchen and a big window that overlooks my backyard. The backyard is surrounded completely by a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence, and inside that fence was a little garden that I had been working really hard on. Lots of cute flowers and a little pond. I was proud of it and would leave the blinds open so I could take in all my hard work during the day. I was caught up in my paper that was due by midnight, and since it was late, the dogs were snoozing away nearby. My concentration was broken by a very sudden, very loud, and a very deliberate behind me. I froze completely, and it dawned on me that I never closed my blinds. All my interior lights were on, and we know how that works. Whoever was tapping could see me perfectly. Weirdly and inconveniently enough, my dogs, who would normally bark at the slightest noise, were still sound asleep. It took me about 5 minutes to muster the slightest ounce of courage to turn my head just enough to see my window and my peripheral, only to hear a loud crunch and another couple taps. Just a bit lighter. Nope, fuck that. No need to look. The last thing I need to see is a face pressed up against the window. To my left was a door to my carport, which led to the backyard. The handle was within arm's reach, and I wouldn't have to look at the window to open it. I called my dogs and they jumped up as soon as I turned the knob. I guess the watcher realized what I did. About 30 seconds passed and I heard a couple more crunches. Then a very loud thud. If you've ever heard a vinyl fence being smacked against, it's a bit distinctive, and I knew that they had jumped it. My dogs finally went nuts and ran to the window near the thud. Lights were off and blinds were closed, thankfully. I caught a quick glimpse of a leg disappearing behind the corner of my neighbor's house. I stayed up until dawn with my metal baseball bat and one of those giant sharp grill forks. With the fence on my dogs, I always felt safe. How did they get there so quietly? I'll never know. I've lived here my whole life and have never had anything happen, so this has shaken me. Whoever that was wanted me to know that they were there and definitely wanted my attention. I've since installed multiple cameras and motion lights all around the perimeter of my house. It's been quiet since. I feel better, but the illusion of safety has all but disappeared. I live alone in an apartment in Utah. My area is fairly metropolitan, and it's not uncommon to see unhoused people near my building. Since I'm a single woman, I'm usually more cautious about locking my doors and setting alarms than my friends with roommates. I have a Simply Safe alarm system and also have 2 deadbolt locks on my door. Because my area has a lot of break-ins, I'm also sure to always lock everything, no matter what. 2 nights ago, I come home late from a night out with my friends, but I was sober. I made sure to lock everything and set the alarm like usual. When I woke up the next morning, I heard someone in my house. They were wearing shoes and just walking around. One of my friends has a code to my alarm, but none of my friends have a key. I'm the only person I know with a key to the second deadbolt on my door, not even my landlord. I lean my head out the door of my bedroom, which is just a few feet from the more open living room kitchen area where the sound was coming from. There was a man in my kitchen, and maybe 40 years old. He was wearing a full suit and tie, but seemed really tired or drunk. He was standing by my fridge and eating leftovers out of a Tupperware and just kinda staring off. I ducked back into my room and called 911. For the next 10 minutes, I stood by my bedroom door and listened to this man eat a bunch of food from my fridge. When he was done with something, he would just drop the container onto the floor. When the police showed up, both deadbolts were still locked. They knocked on the door, and the man in my apartment answered. The police rushed him and yelled if I was okay. When I came out of my bedroom, they had the man pinned down on the floor, and I saw that he had rearranged the furniture in my living room. There were containers all over my floor. The man wasn't saying anything, and he never said anything, even when the police were asking him questions. After they took him away, the officer told me that the man had a business card in his wallet, and he works at a bank downtown. The weirdest thing is that my alarm was set and my deadbolts were locked from the inside, even when he was in my apartment. None of the windows were unlocked, and I'm on the 4th floor. I have no idea how he got in. Update. I have been back and forth with correspondence with the lead investigator, and we finally were able to talk Thursday about exactly what happened concerning the man who broke in. I will call him Jake for the sake of clarity. On Tuesday of this week, the lead investigator of my case, Nelson, emailed me with this message, among other things. Don't let anyone wearing a hard hat into your apartment. I called him and asked if I could meet with him, but he said that he was busy with some cases and would only be able to meet me on Thursday of this past week. We emailed back and forth late Tuesday night and into Wednesday. I would email him back immediately, but sometimes it would take a few hours to respond. In one of his follow-up emails, he told me that the man who had gotten into my house never worked for the bank in town, and they had tracked the business cards to another person entirely. Additionally, the man who broke into my house is unable to speak. On Wednesday night, all the tenants in my building received a message that light construction work would be ongoing for the next few days to repair wiring and plumbing. I told my landlord in a message back that the investigator into my case had requested me to deny access to any person wearing a hard hat. My landlord told me that there would be no reason for a construction crew to enter my apartment, as all the work they were doing was in the community access breaker box and the basement beneath the building. A few hours later, I get a knock on my door. It was around 10:15 p.m. When I looked through the peephole, there was a man in a denim jumpsuit standing outside my door. He wasn't wearing a hard hat, but he had on a tool belt and appeared to be some kind of construction worker. I asked him what he needed, and he said that he needed to come check my pipes in my bathroom. I asked him why he would be doing this at 10:15 p.m., and he said that he was trying to get to all the rooms while the water was already turned off. I asked him if he could contact my landlord on speakerphone, so I knew he was legit, and instead of complying, he grew angry and told me that he was just doing his job. I told him that he wasn't allowed to come into my apartment and I would not be opening it for him. I then stepped back into my bedroom and phoned Nelson. He didn't respond, but I left him a message. I then called 911 and informed them of my situation, asking if they could come by and check on the workers. The dispatcher told me that she would send someone to my building. I then called my landlord and told her that someone was trying to get into my apartment in a construction outfit. She told me that they had left several hours before. I went back to the door and looked through the peephole, and of course, he was gone. When the police showed up about 20 minutes later, they couldn't find the man anywhere in the building. However, in the video of our entrance near the mailboxes, the man was seen entering the building around 10 p.m. Early the next morning, Thursday, Nelson called me to ask if I could meet him at the police station. When I got there, Nelson walked me back to his office. He had an iPad on his desk and a plastic 3-ring binder, like I used to use in school. I kinda hoped for the classic manila folder, but oh well. He opened the binder and flipped through some pages before settling and looking at me. Nelson then told me that the man that got into my apartment was named Jake, and that he's unable to speak, but is fluent in ASL. He can hear perfectly fine, and he typically carries a notebook with him to write in for people that cannot sign. Nelson then told me how Jake got into my apartment and what the deal with the construction worker was. Jake went missing in mid-December. He works for the Nevada Department of Transportation until December of last year. Jake was a fairly respected family man. In his teens, he had been addicted to drugs, but he had kicked the habit and started working for the Department of Transportation. In the next couple of decades, Jake got married, had a child, and lived fairly comfortably. However, he had a relapse in December for unknown reasons, and soon after that, he had disappeared. There are videos of him acting strangely at gas stations, where he had used his credit card in the days after his disappearance, but then he stopped using his cards after that. There's a 2-week period where they're not sure what happened with Jake. The next time Jake popped up, it was in Utah, where I live, and he was cited for a minor vehicle infraction. The next time they saw Jake, it was in my apartment. After they took him into the station, they had a long conversation with him where they would talk, he would write, and they would talk again. Jake failed to make sense to the investigators. He wrote about being hungry and not being able to sleep. When they asked him how he got into my apartment, he would write about how he didn't need any help. Eventually, Nelson was able to get the story from Jake. During his first weeks in Utah, Jake had started going to bars and meeting some blue-collar workers in the area. He had got onto a road construction job from his past DOT experience and met another drug addict named Patrick. He and Patrick both use hard drugs. Patrick has been known to get into apartments by posing as a construction worker, and that he sells stolen goods from apartments to pay for his habit. The night Jake got into my apartment, he was wearing a suit. His method for breaking in was to look nice enough that someone would just let him through the entrance. After that, he would either enter an unlocked apartment, step out of their window, and then come through a neighbor's window. Apparently, one of my windows has a broken latch. It cannot be properly locked. I also don't have any sensors on my windows, so that explains why the alarms never went off. When Jake had entered my apartment, he had already been through several other apartments. He was high while he was doing this, and he was hungry after several hours of sneaking around, so he went into my fridge and started to eat. As Nelson understands it, Jake became drunk by just going through my fridge and eating and drinking. He also said the original owner of the business card lives in my building, and Jake had stolen the business card case from the entrance of the man's apartment. Nelson said Patrick would likely try to hit the same apartments as Jake at some point, so it didn't surprise him that Patrick showed up at my apartment not long after Jake did. Nelson said that he'll be contacting me eventually for the trial, and that it might be a good idea to intensify security in my apartment until they catch Patrick. So my therapist insisted that I tell this to stop being scared and mad at it. The being pissed off at this memory doesn't have anything to do with the story, so I won't really be telling it. Back in late 2020, it was probably around fall, maybe September. I was living in what is called a host home. Basically, someone or a person lets you live in their house while you try to build a better future for yourself. I was left alone one night when I heard creaking upstairs. I get creeped out easily, so I kept having to brush it off, but everything was heightened in fear because I'm basically blind. My glasses were broken and I was waiting for new ones in the mall. I was sitting on my computer doing schoolwork or something when I heard footsteps outside. I was slightly freaking out, so I called my friend to talk with me. I kept telling myself it was a cat or small animal that kept coming around the property. Well, while I was on the phone, the back door light flashed on. It was a movement sensor. So I turned around and saw this thing on all fours staring at me. I flipped out because it looked like a blurry, naked human to me. My friend heard me yell and kept yelling for me to call the cops. I ended up calling the cops and they did find footsteps on some of the mud, but concluded it might have been there before, as the owners frequently did gardening. I told them everything I knew, and they stated that it was a good thing I called. Better to be safe than sorry. Nothing was found on the cameras, but a week later, some guy was found high in the park nearby, completely naked and bald, just like the thing I saw. About 3 years ago, I lived in a first floor apartment in a considerably safe area. At the time, I worked during the day, and then my husband worked at nights. On this particular night, I was staying up pretty late while my husband was at work. For reference, my apartment has a small patio that is gated off, and my couch is adjacent to the window that looks out over the patio. I was sitting on the couch watching a show when I heard a sort of rustling outside the window. For some reason I thought my husband had gotten off early and was trying to fuck with me. He never did anything like that, so I wanted to see how it would play out. But as I waited, nothing happened. Confused, I texted him, "Is that you outside?" To my shock, he replied, "What are you talking about? I'm still at work." Horrified, I jumped up and slowly lifted the blinds just enough to peek through. But, fortunately, there was nothing. I ran through every room in my apartment, peeking through the window to see if I could find anyone or anything that could be making that noise. Again, nothing. So I mustered up the courage to open up the patio door quickly, flipping on the lights. There is absolutely nothing outside, no evidence of someone getting onto my patio. I was paranoid the whole night, but kept telling myself that it was just an animal. Fast forward a couple weeks, my mother comes to visit, and as soon as she came inside, she asked if I knew that my door handle was loose. I was confused by what she meant, so she showed me my front doorknob. It was loose and had scratches all around the keyhole, like someone was trying to jig it open with a screwdriver. It terrifies me to think that someone was trying to break into my home. I really believe whoever tried breaking into my apartment is responsible for making the noises I heard that night. In my early 20s, I was staying with a friend in Northern California, Lake County, Mendocino area. The first night I get into town, my friend picks me up, and we make the trek to his house. As soon as we get there, he gives me the tour. 2-story house, probably 5 bedrooms from what I can remember. As he shows me the guest room in the basement, a look's come over his face. "It looks like it's been ransacked," he says. We talk about it, but he just brushed it off. So I decided to sleep on the couch. He had to drop off his friend at the airport at 5 a.m. the next morning, so I sleep in and wake up to scratching sounds coming from the window. I lay there for a few minutes just listening. It's obviously something at this point. In my boxers, I decide to investigate. That's when I see a figure with a crowbar trying to pry open the kitchen window. There's no landline, and I had no cell phone. The blinds are open, so I have to sneak into my friend's room, which meant I had to go through the kitchen. He had a sliding glass door that opened right onto the second-story balcony where the kitchen window was. I'm looking frantically for anything to defend myself, and notice a samurai sword. So here I am in my underwear with a sword, hiding behind a tapestry he used as curtains for the sliding glass door, sizing this guy up at 8 a.m. That's when I hear the window give and pop open. No choice, I stepped out, ripping open the slider door, sword drawn, ready to go last samurai on this guy. He was so shocked. He must have been watching the house and knew that my friend was gone, but since I had gotten late, he didn't know I was there. He stumbled and fell down the steps, jumping the railing and ran. My friend had flower pots on the railing. I tossed them, nearly hitting him. The only proof I had was that one of the guy's tennis shoes came off in the chaos. This is gonna sound bizarre and made up, but I swear on my left nipple that this happened, and there are several witnesses. Even if I can't explain why someone would do this, I'm fairly positive this isn't anything paranormal. I live quite a distance off the road in an unremarkable house on private property. My neighbors are all older family members who go to bed extremely early and whose children are already grown and out of the house. In summary, there are no mischief makers to play pranks on us here. A few months ago, my mom and I stayed up late one evening watching television together. Around 3 a.m., I turned the television off and decided to go to bed. As I was leaving the room, I began to hear what sounded like carnival music playing outside of my house in the front yard. It was loud and close. My mother heard it too, and immediately went to the window to investigate. She couldn't see anything but darkness. Everyone else was either asleep for the night or away on vacation. The lights were off in all the houses, and none of them would be caught dead listening to anything but country music. We were miles from the nearest city, so it wasn't a product of noise pollution. You could hear when a car pulled up in the yard, but there was no sound of a car. The silence where we live is usually deafening. All you can hear is the ringing in your ears. Where did the song come from? Who was playing it, and why? I was very unsettled by the idea of a stranger in our yard playing carnival music, as it suggests malicious intent. My father and uncle later mentioned that 20 years ago, when my parents first moved in, the electrician had came to install the ceiling light and stopped in the middle of his work, saying he could hear Pink Floyd playing in the front yard. Neither my father or uncle could hear it. My father is a bit hard of hearing, and my uncle is much older, so they laughed it off and thought the man was insane, but the electrician was freaked out. He kept opening the door and trying to find the source of the noise to no avail. Then it hit me, the song that I had heard that night was Pink Floyd's Cirrus Minor, the part that sounds like carnival music. I played the song for my mother, and she began freaking out, saying, Yes, that's what I heard." Who the hell sits in the yard at night at 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere playing the same song, which isn't even a popular song, 20 years later with no car? Where did they come from? They would have to have walked several miles to get here. Aside from this, the only other strange thing we experienced that would suggest an intruder, we feel and hear knocking on the living room window late at night around the same hour. Sometimes so intense that the entire wall of the house is rattled and it sends the couch against it into reclining position. There are no nearby trees to tap the glass, and no animals except a human could possibly reach it. Fortunately, this has stopped over the last few weeks. Update: shortly after my first post, I had almost convinced myself our intruder was gone. As I was staying up in the early hours of the morning to finish homework, I heard a noise in the yard just outside my bedroom. I sat there listening, but could only detect something like machinery. It was not a sound I recognized. I couldn't imagine what was causing the noise unless the air conditioning was misbehaving. But once it had quieted down, I finished my homework and went to sleep. About 2 nights later, I hear loud grinding around the same hour, but again could not determine the source, however alarming the volume was. The following morning, my father discovered that someone had sabotaged our air conditioning unit by first removing a piece of the inner machinery and later throwing it into the fan while it was spinning. It effectively destroyed the blades and a few other pieces. That part had been presumably taken the first time I was disturbed by the activity in the yard and thrown back in the second time. I had noticed it only because the outdoor unit is mounted against my bedroom. We initially thought that the piece, and forgive me for my ambiguous language as I'm not very tech savvy, had loosened by itself and broken down, but we called our repairman, who begged to differ. He was surprised by the degree of damage and insisted that he had never seen it happen naturally, suspecting that someone had removed a few screws and tampered with the unit. He thought my father had attempted to work on it and caused the trouble, but of course, he had not. A few days after the damaged parts had finally been replaced, my mother was leaving for a doctor's appointment when she began yelling and called the family out to the yard. Our electric box was opened in the night and left ajar, as if someone had been trying to find the wire to cut to disable our electricity and security system. We had been outside several times since the repairman finished his work, and we were certain he closed the electrical box if he had ever opened it. We have weathered several severe hurricanes here, and the winds are not strong enough to open the electric box. A person had to have done it. Weeks passed without incident, my parents opting to overlook these concerning happenings. My father tried to explain the air conditioning as a freak occurrence. They purchased a new gun and did little else. Towards the beginning of summer, my grandfather mentioned that a couple weeks prior, when we were on vacation, he had seen a red Jeep drive the lengthy distance from the road through our private property to the house in broad daylight. He didn't recognize the driver, but approached and questioned him. The man claimed that he was looking for a woman that lived in the trailer. The person he claimed to be looking for had the name of a family friend that lives hours away from us. The man was behaving strangely, and my grandfather was not convinced by his story. He ordered him to leave immediately. Our family that lives around us on the farm is reinforcing their doors, installing extra locks, and keeping their children out of their yards until they find out what's going on. They won't let them walk home from the bus stop anymore. I had stopped worrying over it because I've been preoccupied with moving to a new state, but the old knocking returned this evening at 10 p.m. My parents were watching television together when they heard it. They turned the porch light on and peered out the peephole to investigate, but saw no one. At 3 a.m., I was awake watching TV when it sounded as if someone was forcefully punching the glass of the usual exposed window. I covered it with a blanket, as I always do. An hour after I covered the window, I began hearing loud noises from the back porch off of the kitchen, as if someone had stepped onto it. However, it was briefly lived. They apparently weren't walking around, but simply standing there. About 10 minutes after, I heard yet more knocking, except this time, it wasn't on the exposed living room window, but further down the wall that the window was on, next to the couch. It was 3 knocks, forceful enough to rattle the wall a bit, but not so much that the couch moved. This is more alarming because it suggests that the trespasser lingers here for several hours at a time, posing many more questions. Are we being watched for an opportunity to force entry? Hasn't an opportunity already arisen in the past, and they never took it? Are we being stalked? Do they gather here to drink and get high on our property, and then decide in their stupor that it would be funny to antagonize us? Why is it only our house that is targeted, and not other houses on the farm? Why do they walk several miles to come here? Their behavior is escalating. Will they eventually take things further? I awaked my mother, and we sat awake together until the sun rose to keep watch. We compiled a list of happenings here that suggests our trespasser visits more frequently than they knock. Despite no one in our family smoking, or anyone who does smoke living too far away for us to smell it, we often deal with a strong scent of cigarette around our windows or the front and back doors of our house. this happens at our bedroom window with alarming regularity. Other times, it's a strange cologne or a chemical stench, like a fresh perm. We of course remembered how my aunt's dog will bark intensely at odd hours of the night, like they do when the stranger visits. The motion detecting yard light has previously came on when no one is at home at my grandfather's. My mother and I are going to walk the perimeter of the house in the morning to take a look for cigarette butts and try to convince my father that we at least need security cameras outside. Even though I think we should involve the police at this point, he's been too indifferent to everything that's happened, and it makes it challenging to be proactive about our safety. Last update, despite the insistence of myself and other Redditors, my parents never installed security cameras. My father remained resistant to the idea, most likely because he wasn't willing to admit that something was amiss. In the beginning, he complained about the cost, the possibility of hackers, and the difficulties with mounting a camera. He eventually promised to borrow someone's trail camera, but he never broached the subject with them. I moved to another state, and the need for cameras was no longer at a forefront of my mind. But when I remembered and received my new debit card after some unfortunate identity theft, I offered to pay for one. I told my father that I would personally buy a camera or two and have them delivered. Only then did he confess that he was afraid of seeing something spooky on it. He had a childlike idea that if he never saw anything happening, the problem would resolve itself. Despite all odds, the problem did resolve itself. Not long after I moved out, my grandfather, who lives in a separate house on the same farm, came home to find police cars in his driveway. An officer approached him and asked if he owned another house on the farm, as he needed to speak to the landlord about his tenants. The house in question was occupied by my late relative's widow, who has a lifetime estate. My grandfather explained that the property was part of the farm, which is owned collectively by him and his daughters. Because of this, he was permitted knowledge of what was happening there. The officer explained everything. Apparently the widow, who is quite old and infirm, used the death of my relative as an excuse to move her chronically unemployed, drug-addicted family, among them her daughter, her son-in-law, her son-in-law's brother, and nephew. Because they don't have their own separate cars and we seldom visit the widow, she stinks and is generally unlikable. So we socially distanced around her before the pandemic ever began. The transition went undetected. Shortly before my grandfather had returned home that day, the police responded to a 911 call from the widow. Her nephew is apparently involved in a gang and has violent tendencies. Some conflict arose in the house, probably related to how many drug addicts are stuffed together under a single roof for 24 hours a day. All we were told is that the nephew was becoming violent. When the police arrived, they realized that there was an outstanding warrant for his arrest. He was wanted for making meth and for assault, which commenters on the last post blamed this for the stench we were smelling. My nephew was hiding from the law at the widow's house. This is the reason why his presence was so concealed from us on the rare occasions that the widow was outside of her home and we had spoke. He was removed from the home and arrested by the officers. Ever since then, there has been no strong chemical odors outside, no knocking on the window late at night, and for assault, we suspect that he was aware of the farm long before moving in, and it was a go-to spot for his drug use. We're thinking that he would occasionally spend the night at the widow's house over the years, and walk towards the field near us to do drugs. It makes sense that we never heard a car accompanying the knocking noises, because he doesn't own a car, and the house is not far since it's part of the farm. The only incident that remains unexplained is the man who drove to our house when we weren't home and asked my grandfather about a family friend who lives an hour away. I wonder if they were looking for the meth head and were told to give some sort of code to make sure he was at the right house. The name could have just been a coincidence. I had an internet incident a few months ago that suggested some stalkerish activity, but it's probably unrelated. I am satisfied with this explanation since there has been no more repeat occurrences after his arrest. This may not be that creepy, and it may just be in my head, but I know what I heard. Yesterday night, about an hour after I finished eating dinner, I heard exactly 3 knocks on my bedroom window. Not like a tree tapping, but like a person using their knuckles or fingers. I went to check outside to see if it was my father, who sometimes forgets his house keys, even though he usually knocks on the front door first and announces who he is. But he wasn't there. Then it happened again a few minutes later. Same as before, 3 quick knocks. My grandmother assumed I was hearing things because we had a snowstorm coming that had canceled school for the next few days. But I had been living in the house my entire life. I know what rats running around in the attic sounds like, or what tree branch tapping sounds like. Then today, I heard it again, exact same as before, the 3 quick knocks. Maybe it's my neighbor playing a stupid prank, but I know what I heard, and it's never happened before. Hopefully it will stop soon. Until then, looking for any thoughts of what I should do to take my mind off of it. Not scared, but just annoyed. So, quite a number of years ago, my cousin and I were on summer break at our house playing 007 on GameCube, and just passing the time, when we heard what sounded like broken glass on tile. The TV was pretty loud, so we paused it, tensely waiting for another sound. Then, we heard the sound of flip-flops walking around the kitchen area. So my cousin called her mom, my aunt. She asked my aunt, who was a nurse, if she had got home from work yet. My aunt was not home and, of course, wanted to know why we were asking. Once we told her, she told us to crawl out the window and run to the neighbors as quickly as we could, while she called the cops. The bedroom window luckily led to the backyard, just next to the gate, so we got the fuck out of there. Fast forward an hour or so, and the cops informed my aunt that there had been an obvious break-in. The window on the back door had been broken, and there was a note left for my aunt. Now, my aunt had recently gotten into a serious relationship with a super nice guy. We'll call him Josh. Well, Josh's ex-wife was not so nice. She had at some point followed my aunt home and found where she lived. She then proceeded to break in through the back door, rummage through a bunch of stuff, and leave a horrible note for my aunt. I can imagine what it said. From what I heard, she was arrested. I'm not sure if any charges were pressed, but later she committed suicide. She left a daughter and a son behind, whom I both went to school with. I later found out that she suffered from severe bipolar disorder and a couple other things. Tragic, but I'm glad me and my cousin weren't caught up in her psychotic episode more than what we were. Still freaks me out to think about. So this takes place around my junior year in high school, back when Slender Man was just getting started. I didn't believe in him at all, until one night my dogs were in the dog run, barking to be let in. Except this time, it sounded like they were mad for some reason, like they were trying to scare something away. So I go into the dog run to let them back in, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this tall ass dude standing at the gate in my backyard. He looked at first glance just like the description. Tall, thin, lanky, no discernible face, since it was dark out. I was legit scared shitless, and the more I look at him, the more I got scared. So I yell at my dogs to come back inside and get to work on putting it out of my mind. Because of course, I imagined it. Slender Man isn't fucking real. Could he be? I never saw the guy or thing again and completely forgot about it until recently. And I realized that it was more likely a guy trying to silence my dogs so he could break in, do God knows what to my family. Of course I know Slender Man isn't real, but I'd almost prefer that, rather than knowing what could have happened if that were a real person. For some background, I live on an island, and my backyard ends in a golf course. I'm 17, female, and live with my mom and 2 dogs. Back in August of 2021, I saw a man. He looked to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was walking on the golf course, no golf gear, no golf cart, not even in golf attire. All of a sudden, he walks into my backyard, snooping around, looking like he's trying to get the lay of the land. It kept happening for a while, but then stopped for a bit. Then it happened again for a while, and then stopped again until recently I caught him doing it again. When it all first started happening, I thought it was just a golfer retrieving a ball that was hit into my backyard. I quickly realized that that was not the case. Then I thought he must be with the golf course staff, and that wasn't the case either, because he was not wearing a uniform that the staff wears. Sometimes he gets really close to my house, which makes me nervous, as this is a grown man I absolutely do not know and is not a golfer. It's also really off-putting because I'm a minor, living alone with my mom, and he looks like he's scoping out potential places he could enter the house. When I see him, I always make sure to stare at him, making it known that he is not welcome in my yard for any reason, and certainly not in my house. He occasionally catches my stare and quickly walks away, looking very guilty. So I want to start this off by saying that this isn't my personal story, but one of my old substitute teachers. I first heard it around 4 or 5 years ago, but because of my love of creepy things and its mystery, I can't help but remember it. I forget his name, but let's say, Mr. News. Mr. News explained that when he was a kid, maybe 11 or 12 in the 70s, he would deliver newspapers as a way to make simple money. He had a couple houses that he would hit up every trip. But I remember this one was either the first time or the family just didn't get the newspaper much. Anyway, he was biking up to this house that he described as having a huge front and backyard, and he had to walk up their yard a little to throw it closer to their actual deck. While he was walking through, Mr. News heard a bone-chilling scream that sounded like someone was being murdered in front of him. Even though he was terrified as a little boy, he continued to walk until he heard another one, this time way louder. He looked around a little and eventually saw a small opening under the porch that created a mini hole, just big enough for a child to sit in and to see from the outside. He said that there was a kid that sat in this hole, covered in dirt completely head to toe, to the point where he wasn't even sure what their gender was. By their size and voice though, he was sure that the child was around his age. As soon as the poor kid saw him, they let out their hand to reach for him and screamed one last time, with their voice apparently breaking a little and sounding super hoarse. Because he was a scared little kid, he ran off without helping them and never told anyone about it until years later. He said that to this day, that is easily one of the biggest regrets in his life. I'm not sure what was going on, but my best bets are either parental abuse or kidnapping. Either way, it's heartbreaking, and I really hope that kid ended up surviving. It was around 2 a.m. My girlfriend and I were awoken by extremely loud banging on the entrance door to our building. We live on the 3rd floor, as well as our doorbell being rung continuously. Obviously, the banging scared the living hell out of us. After a few breaths, I opened the window and popped my head out to see a woman and a man who is now on the phone by the front door. I yell out, "Hello?" And the girl says she lives here. The week before, we had just seen this new girl leaving the apartment building as we were entering, and as it was night and therefore dark, and I am on the 3rd floor and I had just woken up, I thought it was her. We figured I should go down and open it for her and her boyfriend, since my girlfriend was scared as hell, and it's better to be a man in those cases. Anyways, my girlfriend was standing at our door listening in case something was to happen. I opened the door to let them into the teeny hallway, leading straight into the teeny spiral staircase. I move as to let them pass me to make sure they actually lived here, but they don't budge. They stink of alcohol, and the guy looks almost homeless based on his shabbiness as well as the plastic bag hanging from his shoulder. He said that he had just moved into the 1st floor and for some reason he could not open the front door. Also asking if I was Alex, which I am not. The girl, who looked pretty normal, asked me what floor I was staying on. He was fumbling with his keys, trying to get them from inside the door. I asked them if they could enter their apartment. They don't answer. Suddenly, the guy realizes that he's at the wrong address, asking if he's in X address. The girl says she is just with him and did not know, almost laughing about it. The guy becomes very apologetic and kind, and off they go. First thing I thought was that they were drunk and the guy was bringing a girl home and just messed up the address since he had just moved into the new place. Even more so because the address he gave me had a similar door to ours and was right down the road across the street, but the building was not the same at all, so far from it, and they did not seem that drunk. What questions that theory is that the girl said that she lives here, and later on she said she was just with him. Them not wanting to go in front of me, not answering me when I asked if they could enter their own apartment, and then realizing it's the wrong building the second I question them, and when it becomes obvious that I'm not leaving them alone, him looking like he did with his big bag. Looking back, I should have just talked to them from the window or called the police. Hello, this is Bad Vibes. Today's stories all involve exes, whether they're ex-best friends, ex-lovers, or even exes of a family member. Either way, they're creepy, and some are scary. Please hit that like button if you enjoy the video, and sit back and relax. When I was 23, I was running my first place when my ex-girlfriend reached out to me. We had dated for a few months in high school. It just went bad because I was a douche and started talking to another girl. It had been 10 years since high school. Anyway, my ex said she was over what happened when we were teenagers and was willing to give it another shot. So we have a date, and then several dates, and things were going very well. So about a month into our relationship, I'm at work on the late shift, and she calls me saying she had gotten into an argument with her mom that had turned into domestic violence, saying something about how she got slapped and needed to cool off at my place. I get home, and turns out she was moving in. I'm pretty laid back and wanted help with the rent anyways, so I'm somewhat okay with it. I mean, I knew I was walking into a snake pit, but I didn't know it was going to be a viper pit. So we lived together for a whopping 2 months when things take a turn. She starts telling me that she's insecure about me talking to girls, then changes to watching porn as well. We start fighting a lot, sometimes even all night long. She then starts cutting herself, saying it was my fault, and ends up getting tetanus. Late night phone calls asking where I am at work and who I'm with. I work late night hours at an ambulance service. Things come to a head one night when my crazy ex tries to tell me that looking at porn is the same thing as beating her. She starts screaming at me for bringing up the cutting and the doctor's visits, claiming it's all my fault. I get fed up and tell her to move out. This pushes her off the deep end. She grabs my handgun that I keep for self-defense, tells me that she's going to kill me, then herself. I call the police and she leaves shortly afterwards, throwing my loaded handgun outside. I think, yay, it's over, but it wasn't yet. So a few days go by without incident, then my crazy ex texts me something, saying that she needed to give me her house key. I tell her no, to throw it away, but she drives by my house anyway, leaving the key and tapes a note on my door, saying I'm mentally ill and that I need help, and she forgives me, blah blah blah. I stopped reading after the I need help part. She keeps texting me, asking if I read it, even going as far as blaming her behavior on a pregnancy, saying that the baby was mine, but she lost it due to stress. So here I am years down the road, married with a wonderful 2-year-old, with no regrets of leaving that crazy ex. Let's not meet ever again. I have never really posted here before, but let me state that this happened to me years ago. My mom and I are both far away from this creepazoid, and we'll never ever see him again. It happened back in 2011, maybe 2012. My mom had recently broken up with this guy who I thought was someone that could be a better father than my actual one was, but he broke it off from my mom and moved away. At the time, it was heartbreaking. but my grandmother had the genius idea of hooking my mom up with this guy when the relationship with the last one ended. The man named Bobby was, well, a redneck. And don't get me wrong, rednecks, hillbillies, and the like can actually be really kind and hardworking people. Bobby was not. Bobby was cruel, stupid, lazy, an alcoholic, and an all-around creep. I could not trust him no matter how many times my mom tried to get me to see the good in this asshole. He was racist towards a man who was just trying to make a living as a delivery driver. The poor guy is of Middle Eastern descent, and Bobby berated and yelled at this guy, shouting, "Go back to your own country." And how did this upstanding man defend his racist behavior? By stating that his cousin was killed whilst in the military, and that's why he acted like a prick. In the words of one of my close friends, your cousin died protecting the Middle Eastern man's rights as a US citizen as well. Another thing that Bobby had done was during my 19th birthday party, he overheard me talking to my friends about my sexuality. I'm pan for the record, and after he demanded I kiss one of my friends to prove it. He went on and on about how sinful I am, and that the Bible says this, that, and the other thing. On top of that, earlier, one of my friends who was 15 at the time had dealt with Bobby leering at her while dancing as if she were a stripper at a strip club. It took my mom a while to be rid of him, and it took them fighting and him calling her a whore because she was a teen mom. My mom was 14 when she had me, to finally kick this creep out of the house. This guy made me angry and afraid, and even caused a rift between my mom and I. We have repaired our relationship somewhat, but Bobby did his damage. The last time I heard from him is when an ex of my uncle had a run-in with Bobby, and he asked about his daughter's location. Confused, my uncle's ex inquired who he was talking about, and he replied with my name. She flat out said, "She's not your daughter." To Bobby, if there's an off chance that you're reading this, you are computer illiterate anyway. I doubt you would. I'm not your daughter. You are a racist, disgusting pig who took advantage of my mother's loneliness, and let's not meet ever again. Since this happened several years ago, I might get some parts mixed up, or some events I may have forgotten, so I'll try to retell my experience the best I can. Bit of a backstory. When I was a little kid, my mom and I would visit my grandparents and all go to church together. I had a friend at church who I was super excited to visit every time I went. We would talk a lot about Pokemon and stuff we liked in general. Around this time I started puberty and he seemed to be attracted to me. He would hug me and ruffle my hair. He was a big guy and always wore the same yellow shirt. It seemed innocent for a while, and we sort of had a relationship for a few months. Everything was good up until we were dating. I was probably around 16, and he was several years older than me. He one day confided in me that he could see angels, and that he was given a sword from Jesus to fight the demons. Yes, he really said that. As stupid as I was, I believed him. I don't know why, but I did. The times where I wasn't visiting, we would talk over stream, where we played TF2. He would tell me all these stories of fighting demons, and would talk to me through his angel, and it got so much weirder. He would tell me how I would be his princess in heaven, and that we would rule together. That's around the time I started getting uncomfortable, and weirded out whenever he would go to hug me, and try to go further with me. At one point, I tried to cut ties with him, and break up. He would not have it one bit. He would constantly send me messages on email begging me to come back and how I was making a bad choice by leaving him. The last time I ever came in contact with him was also the last time I went to that church. My mom, little brother, and I all had to go to church for a small get-together for my grandma's birthday party. Knowing that my ex's family caters church events, I knew in my gut that he was probably going to be there. My mom told me not to worry about it when I knew something was going to happen. When we arrived, I told my mom that I was going to go to the room where the little kids played and where I knew it would be safe while we waited for the cake. I had brought my DS to distract myself and sat down to play. All of a sudden, I felt like someone was looming over me, a big presence. I knew it was him. I instantly went into flight mode and ran and hid around the church until he stopped following and looking for me. My mom and my brother instantly took me back to the house after I came out of hiding, and I never went back to that church. When we visit my grandparents now, I stay back at the house while everyone else goes to church. My mom occasionally goes to church with them and sometimes encounters him. He sometimes tells her weird cryptic shit. Sometimes I just want to go back and just tell him to never talk to my family ever again. When we first met, you told me that you did not have any like-minded person with you as a friend. We were all in a new place, and I was away from my parents for the first time, and yet I was consoling you, a much older woman who had been away from her parents for 3 or so years. You started hanging out with me when your so-called friends ditched you. We quickly became best friends. Then you started showing me your true colors. You started screaming, shouting, and insulting me to the core if I disagreed with something that you said. You always wanted me to talk about you and sing your praises all the time. If I was sick, you never turned to look at me, and yet you were a good friend? And me being the only person who helped you with each and everything when you broke your leg was a bad friend? While taking you to the doctors when you were sick, you hurt me with the words, repeatedly pricking me and tearing me apart. You were the only person to know about my panic attacks, and the only person to call me attention seeker because of it. You thought I was flirting with a guy who you thought had a crush on you, and you called me a whore for it when he was just helping me during a tough spot, something that you refused to do all the time. You told me to stay away from your friends. You insulted my mom on her parenting. Every assignment of yours, no matter how tired I was, I had to do them. Everyone saw it. Everyone called me your slave, but all you cared about was you. You took it out on me when your crush started dating someone else, and I took it. When you got a boyfriend allegedly, I was the last one to know, and you didn't even show me his picture. And when I got a boyfriend, you went around and told others how I am too young to be committed. You even told me not to talk to you about my relationship. You isolated me from literally everyone, badmouthed me, calling me a flirt, all while laughing and joking with me. You literally put me in all sorts of uncomfortable situations, including making me beg for you to talk to me when you gave me the cold shoulder for something you had done in front of people that I hate. You enjoyed this. And at last, when I cut you out of my life, you were surprised how it was you who was alone. You claimed how I don't have friends, but darling, you're the one that went home without anyone bidding you a goodbye. It's been a year already, and I still have friends whom I ignored once upon a time, for you. To the people who asked me why I was with you, and also if you happen to read this, I know you won't, but if you do, and you wonder why I was with you for a year, it was because I thought of you as a sister, and I generally loved you regardless of what you did. I trusted your words, ignoring your actions, and as silly as it sounds, somewhere in my heart I still love you. But I can't forget how you turned me into a completely different person. Lack of trust, paranoid of people, lack of self-love, and self-confidence. I'm only a shadow of what I used to be. To the ex-best friend who manipulated me, brought out the worst in me, and gave me issues that I have to deal with for the rest of my life. I love you, but please let's not meet again. This story I'm about to tell you happened over a course of roughly 5 or 6 years. Names have, of course, been changed. When I was in college, I met this dude named Steve. He was good looking, well spoken, and confident. He was instantly well liked by most of the people that he met, but was a bit intimidating to me at first, due to the fact that he was pretty jacked and didn't speak to me a whole lot in the beginning. Here I was, an 18 going on 19 fat kid with an inferiority complex that made me act out to get attention. I would wear women's clothes to class to get a laugh, or interrupt the professor with a witticism here and a joke there. Again, for a laugh. I was that kid, the one that people didn't exactly dislike, but weren't too eager to hang out with, because I could be a bit much at times. This did nothing to help me with my feelings of inadequacy, but I didn't make the connection there until a couple years later. Steve and I didn't exactly become fast and hard friends, because I got pretty drunk at a party once and he decided instantly that I was annoying. Still, we were civil to each other as we were in the same department and had a couple classes together. We kinda hung out with different crowds too, even inside the department. Steve had recently been kicked out of boot camp in the military. He told everyone that it was because he injured himself badly enough that he had been discharged, but that wasn't true. However, we'll get to that part later. Cut to about 3 or 4 months after my first meeting with Steve, and I had been invited by a mutual friend, Corey, to a small get-together at his place, where he incidentally was roommates with Steve. I told Corey that I was kind of wary of Steve and felt like he didn't like me, to which he replied that I was right and that's why he wanted me to come over. He wanted me and Steve to get to know each other better because he was positive that we would become friends if we just gave each other a chance. After some more prodding, I finally agreed. When I arrived at Corey's house, there were maybe 3 other people from our department there. It seemed like a pretty chill setting. There was some alcohol being passed around, and I drank a little bit, but I kept my distance from Steve. After a couple hours and quite a few beers, I started to feel pretty good. Someone brought out a couple of joints, and those started getting passed around the room. When one of them made its way to me, Steve spoke up. "Don't bother passing it to him. He's a goody-good." I'm not exactly sure why he said that, or even thought that. It might have been because I mentioned in passing that I never smoked weed before. Regardless of why he said it, it made me mad that he was making fun of me. So I did what any 19-year-old drunk dude would do. I grabbed the joint and took the biggest hit I could possibly take. This, as anyone who has smoked weed knows, is a huge mistake for a marijuana virgin when quality kush is handed to them. After my coughing fit and all the laughter at my expense has subsided, I looked at Steve challengingly and he kind of nodded in my direction before resuming his conversation. Now, no one told me that you shouldn't mix alcohol and weed. Had I stopped there, I would have been fine. However, I continued to drink, which exacerbated all the stuff that comes along with being high. By the time I knew I was high, I started getting paranoid. Dry mouth felt like my tongue was swelling up, and my throat started to close. The feeling of almost weightlessness that sometimes accompanies being high made me feel like I wasn't anchored to the floor anymore. The time dilation that you would experience from weed made me feel like I was literally frozen in time. I started to panic. By this point, everyone else had gone home, and it was just me, Steve, and Corey. I explained to Corey that I thought I was allergic to the weed because I wasn't feeling right. And oddly enough, Steve asked me to explain what I was feeling. When I did, he walked me through all of it and calmed me down. Once I was calm, he put a controller in my hands and we played video games until I sobered up enough to drive. It was honestly really cool of him, and it was the start of one of the best relationships I've ever had, until it became the worst, most abusive relationship. Over the next year or so, Steve and I became really close. I considered him one of my best friends. Being around him was almost like a drug. He just had this way of making you feel like you mattered. I know now that he was a complete psychopath, but you don't really see those signs until it's too late. He harassed me until I started working out with him, which meant I had the energy and confidence in myself. I got into pretty decent shape. I wasn't ripped. I wasn't even what most people would call fit, but I wasn't the fat kid anymore either. He would come to my house and force me to go out and do stuff. Before I had become friends with him, I was kind of a loner and a hermit. We would go to the lake and just dick around, or go hiking in the woods, or any number of outdoorsy type of activities. For the first time in years, I had confidence in myself, and I was actually quite happy. Enter Lisa. Lisa was the love of my life, the one that got away, or rather the one that I stupidly dumped twice over a 5-year relationship because I was scared. She's not a huge part of this ballad of Steve, but she played a role. She had came to my hometown to go to school, and she had a boyfriend back home, but we clicked immediately. I know if you're wondering, and no, we didn't hook up or anything when she was with him. She made her intentions towards me clear, and I made it clear that nothing would happen while she was dating someone else. She told me that she had been considering breaking things off with him as he was a bit controlling and dickish. And the next day she walked up to me and kissed me full on the mouth, and when I started pushing her away, she laughed and said, "I broke up with Jason last night. You're mine now." I smiled back and our relationship began. I apologize for getting into details that have nothing to do with Steve. It was just an immensely happy time of my life, and I would have never had the confidence to flirt with Lisa in the first place if it weren't for Steve. The next year after Lisa and I got together was rather uneventful. I will admit that there were some red flags with Steve that either I didn't see or just outright ignored. Looking back on it now, one of the most obvious was the one day I was hanging out with Lisa when Steve showed up. She had always gotten a bad vibe from him, rightly so, and so when he showed up she left to go to class 45 minutes early. Watching her walk away, Steve said, "I could take her away from you if I wanted." I gave him an incredulous look, slightly panicking that the man who called himself my friend might actually want to and be able to sway Lisa to date him instead. He laughed at my expression and added, "Don't worry, I don't want her. She's a 6 at best. She's perfect for you, but I like my bitches a little thinner and much hotter. Just thought you should know that if I wanted, I could take her away from you." It should be noted that Lisa was thin, if curvaceous, and absolutely gorgeous in a very classical way. I am now convinced that Steve was actually attracted to her, but he saw himself as the alpha and needed to assert his dominance over me, one of his perceived betas. I'm ashamed to admit that it worked. I did get angry and told him not to talk to or about my girlfriend in such a gross manner, but once he gave me a half-hearted apology, I kind of shrugged it off. The next year, there were even more red flags that I chose to ignore. I know this story is moving rather quickly now, but those first couple of years weren't really that bad. Yes, Steve started showing his true colors, but the really horrible shit was still to come. Also, if you're keeping track, I was at a 2-year college for 3 years. That's just how long it took me to get my associate's degree. That's neither here nor there. Steve started dating one of the freshmen in our department. I heard from others that the relationship was incredibly psychologically abusive on his end, but I kept brushing it off because the girl he was dating hadn't spoken up and Steve was a good guy, right? I mean, I hadn't witnessed it. Other people must just be misinterpreting Steve's unusual sense of humor in a way that painted him in a bad light in their minds. I was unaware at the time that, of course, she wouldn't speak out against him, because that's what psychological abuse is. It's gaslighting and insults and ensuring that the victim believes themselves to be absolutely worthless and deserving of treatment that they receive. During the end of year department party, I proposed to Lisa, and she said yes. When Lisa and I graduated from college with an associate's degree, we decided to move to a new school together. Despite the fact that our relationship grew stronger than ever without Steve in our lives, a dot that I did not connect due to still being firmly in his psychotic grasp. The college we decided to transfer to was absolute garbage, and after the year was over, we decided to transfer again to a better and cheaper school, this time about an hour away. Coincidentally, it was the same school that Steve was now attending. That summer, Lisa moved back to her hometown while transitioning between schools, and I ended things with her for the first time, over the phone. Shitty, I know. But we were like 5 hours apart since I stayed behind to live on campus and work, and neither of us could find the time to visit each other. The only reason I can logically come up with is that I was scared of the commitment. I always said that when I marry, I want to be in it for life, I got in my own head and started worrying about whether or not Lisa was the person I really wanted to spend the rest of my life with. When I moved to the new city, Steve helped me get an apartment in the same complex where he and Corey, the friend from earlier, both lived. We were in separate buildings, but the apartments were set up in a way that the courtyard between the two buildings was only like 40 feet across. I could actually see into Steve's basement apartment window from the second floor when both of our blinds were open. There were many times I would glance out the window while playing video games or something, and Steve would catch my eye and wave me over. So I would obediently turn off my game and head over to his place to smoke a little weed and watch one of his 4 DVDs for the billionth time. During this time of my life, I became a major alcoholic. I'm fairly certain that Steve realized this was happening, but said nothing because he wanted to be able to hold it over me later. He may have contributed to my alcoholism a little bit. He began to use the same bully tactics he had once employed to get me to work out and go do things. This time, he was using them to get me to go out drinking. If I told him that I had class early the next day or homework that needed to be done, he would just wave it off and tell me that we would be back in plenty of time for me to get my homework done, or plenty of time to sleep. We would often stay out until 2 in the morning when the bars closed, or later if we met someone cool and decided that we were going to hang out at their house for a little bit afterwards. If I said I didn't have the money, he would promise to pay for me. At the end of the night, I would get a bill I could barely afford, and then he would explain that he clearly meant that he would pay for the first couple of rounds, and if I drank more than that, it was my fault. Several times I had to borrow money from him to pay the rent, which further put me in his control. I would like to take a brief break and address the elephant in the room. I realized that every single one of my previous mentioned problems stemmed from me. I could have moderated my drinking. I could have told him no when he asked me to go out. I could have realized sooner that he was never truly going to pay for my bar tab, or that we weren't going to be home early. I take responsibility for all these things. That being said, something you have to understand about Steve is that he would gaslight and make me feel like I was being a bad friend if I ever told him no, despite having a very valid reason for the refusal. What I'm trying to do by telling you this part is to point out that he was never the good friend I thought he was, or he would have pointed out that I was drinking too much. Would it have stopped me? As I know from my numerous attempts by another, really true friend, no, I wouldn't have. But at least in hindsight, I would be able to say, you know, Steve tried to get me to stop drinking. He was a good friend. Anyways, back to the story. Some few months after moving to the new city, Steve introduced me to a friend of his from out of town, Jennifer. She was a very pretty woman with dyed red hair, styled into a pixie cut. She was thin, athletic build, and a gorgeous face. She was honestly every straight man's dream. Not only that, but she was intelligent, funny, quick-witted, compassionate, and kind. I honestly developed a crush on her, but I was sure that she was out of my league. I asked Steve if she was seeing anyone though, because at this point, I still had some confidence. He told me that she wasn't, and asked if I liked her. I said yes, and he assured me that he would try to get a feel of what she thought about me. Cut to a few days later, and Steve is now dating her. This confused the shit out of me, because when he introduced us, they kept making jokes about how neither of them was really interested in the other, and that they would never work as a couple. I think even back then, I knew he had done his psychological fuckery to get her to date him so he could, once again, assert his dominance over me. I shrugged it off, happy that my friend finally found a girl to make him forget that freshman he had been dating a couple years ago. He had constantly moaned about missing her when she finally got the courage to tell him to fuck off one night after he called her fat. She was maybe 95 pounds. Over the next few weeks, I started to notice that Jen was looking more and more exhausted and haggard. When I asked her if she was okay, she would just smile and assure me that her workout was just getting to her. We had started to become friends, so I asked her not to hesitate in coming to me if there was anything I could do to help her out. She thanked me for my kind gesture, But again, she said she would be fine. I would later find out that Steve was treating her the same way that he had treated his previous girlfriend. She apparently told Steve about my offer to help, thinking it was sweet that I wanted to help her. And as you might guess, Steve flew off the fucking handle. I had never seen him so angry. He came into my apartment banging on the door, fit to break it down, and screaming at me to get my two-faced ass out in the hallway so he could kill me. I didn't know this at the time, but Steve had just started taking steroids, which explained part of his unfounded rage. After nearly an hour of him pacing my living room, threatening me, and yelling loud enough to wake the whole damn neighborhood, I was finally able to convince him that my intentions were nothing but friendly towards Jen. Bro code dictated that even if the two of them broke it off, I wasn't going to pursue her, since she had dated one of my best friends. Once he finally believed that I wasn't going to stuff his girl like a Thanksgiving turkey, as he put it, it was like a switch was flipped. Suddenly we were best friends again, and his earlier rage seemed to have been forgotten, as if it never happened. He dumped Jen shortly after. My guess is he realized I had no romantic interest in her anymore, and therefore couldn't use his relationship with her to needle me and control me. I only saw her a handful of times after that, but the last time I saw her, she looked so much happier. Yet another sign about Steve I either didn't see or chose to ignore. About a month after the yelling incident, Lisa and I got back together. She was incredibly distrustful and weary of me at this point, and rightly so. I had broken her heart for no other reason than I was an idiot. Over time, she began to trust me more with her emotions again. This was a mistake on her part, and I don't mean to sound cruel. Perhaps I had picked up some things from Steve. I know that I was fairly manipulative. I am more ashamed of that than I can even portray with words. I hate myself to this day for some of the ways I've treated her. During our second stint as a couple, Lisa was still uncomfortable around Steve, and she would often leave if we were hanging out and Steve showed up. He never seemed to catch on that she didn't want to be around him. Things were made far worse when we went to a house party one night, and Steve groped her. Again, I'm incredibly ashamed to admit what I did when she came to me in tears of rage and disgust and told me what happened. I'm ashamed because the first thing out of my mouth was, "Steve wouldn't do that." Maybe you misunderstood what was going on. He smacked my ass and grabbed my chest. Alright, I'll go talk to him. I should have just cut him out right then and there. I should have taken Lisa home. I should have went and knocked Steve the fuck out. I should have done a lot of things, but I've always been a people pleaser, and Steve brought this out of me in the worst way. When I asked Steve about the situation, he told me that he had grabbed her waist to get around her in the kitchen, which was crowded, and that he accidentally brushed against her breast while reaching for the bottle of rum. I fucking believed him. I went back to Lisa and conveyed what he had told me. After a lot more enraged tears and yelling, she left. Why she didn't just dump my stupid, harassment apologist, victim-blaming ass right then, I still don't know. When Steve appeared a few minutes later, I explained what happened. He put on a sympathetic face and said with a chuckle, "Man, fuck that bitch. Let's find you a hot, drunk bitch who wants to give you a blowjob." Even back then I knew that that was a huge red flag, and I did not have sex with a drunk woman, but I still ignored the signs. Lisa didn't speak to me for a week, and she was right to do so. She should have never spoken to me again. For the next few months, things with Steve were a bit strained, and we didn't hang out much. Things with Lisa improved again, now that Steve wasn't around as much. We were even talking about moving in together. This would not ever happen, because I was going to break up with her before long. I didn't know why I was going to do it at this time, but I know it was going to happen. When it did happen, there were no tears like last time. There was no pleading that we could make it work. Lisa simply fixed me with an emotionless, almost dead gaze and said, "My sister told me not to trust you again. I should have listened. Get your shit and get out of my apartment." Now, I really wish she would have left it at that, but over the next couple of years, we would go on to have a few stints as friends with benefits, as we both knew what the other wanted in bed, and it was just easier for both of us, I think. being highly sexual beings to find comfort with each other when we wanted sex. I obviously obliged. There were no feelings in it for her. It was just sex. We never got back together, but we did become sort of facsimile of friends again for a while. Shortly after our breakup, I became immensely depressed. I didn't realize that it was because I was still in love with Lisa. Why would I be? I had broken things off with her. Regardless, I started drinking even more and stopped working out. I started regaining all the weight I had lost my freshman year of college, and Steve noticed, often remarking that I was a fat fuck. I never really minded it because I was used to my weight being the butt of every other joke. Besides, he always said it with a laugh to let me know that he was only joking, the way good friends always insult each other, right? At the same time, I started hanging out with him again. One day he came to me, asking if I wanted to move into a house with him. I politely declined because I liked living alone, and my rent was relatively cheap for where I lived. He called me a pussy and got unreasonably angry, saying that I owed him everything. He proceeded to scream at me for an hour and a half. He didn't speak to me for 3 days, but eventually calmed down. He never apologized for his ridiculous outburst though. When he moved out, another mutual friend took his apartment after having just gone through a breakup of his own, and I started hanging out with this new friend, Mark, quite a bit since he was just across the courtyard and Steve was a couple miles away. During this time, I met a man through Mark who would go on to become one of my 2 best friends that I've ever had and one of the most amazing people I've ever known. Enter Nick. Remember the friend I mentioned earlier who I said regularly tried to get me to stop drinking? That's Nick. He was and is the man who, for some reason, I never want to disappoint. Even today, being mostly sober, a huge part of what keeps me from drinking is the idea that if Nick found out, I'd be more ashamed of myself than if I publicly shit my pants in front of the woman of my dreams. Personally, that to me is the mark of a true friend, mostly because Nick never asked for or expected me to feel this way. In fact, I think he was a little uncomfortable with it, but it's not something that I could just turn off. Nick and I hit it off fairly quickly and started hanging out regularly. It was with Nick and a circle of friends, all of whom I proudly now call my own friends, that a Dungeons and Dragons group was started and lasted for nearly 4 years. Nick plays a bigger, if not huge, part in the story later. Things continued this way for maybe half a year before I finally decided to take Steve up on his offer and move into his house with him. Mostly because money was tight and my bills would go down. His current roommates had moved away for whatever reason, and he had a couple vacancies. I took one room, and a friend of his from when he was in boot camp, Greg, took the other. For a while, things were awesome. Steve had apparently become Catholic. He was off the Jews. It seemed like I had my old friend back from the days when we first had started becoming chummy. Steve, Greg, and I would often go on road trips, or out to bars, or just to some outdoor attractions around the city and walk around. Now remember when I said that Steve had been discharged from the military and claimed that it was due to an injury? Turns out that was not true at all. One night while Steve was at work, Greg and I were hanging out with some beers and the topic came up. "You know he was crazy, yeah?" Greg asked. "What do you mean?" "He got kicked out before he finished boot camp." "Really?" "He told me that he suffered some kind of injury and they had to let him go." After I said this, an incredulous look came over Greg's face and he turned slowly to look at me. He then proceeded to tell me what Steve had told me was an utter lie. He told me that Steve had had a reason to suspect that his then wife was cheating on him and had been overheard by a commanding officer saying that when he was going to finish boot camp, he was going to murder them both and the daughter that he and his wife had. He had been given an in-depth psychological evaluation and been discharged, essentially for being too insane for the military. I later confirmed this with some of Steve's childhood friends. At this point, I was starting to realize who Steve really was, thinking back on some of the interactions I had with him. Unfortunately, I was stupid loyal to someone I perceived to be a good friend. At some point, I had invited Nick to come over and hang out, to play video games and whatnot. And when Steve met Nick, he immediately called him fat. Now, Nick was at the time a large man. He has since made some enormous strides in his fitness journey. Shout out to Nick for your hard work if you're reading this. You look great regardless. I remember the look of utter disbelief on Nick's face, but I defended Steve by saying that that's just how he made friends. If he wasn't calling you names, then it meant that he didn't like you. By the way, can we stop that shit? Treating people like shit as a way to break the ice is fucking terrible. I'm guilty of that in the past, and I hate that I used to do it. Anyway, not relevant. I could tell that Nick was skeptical, but he just kinda went with it. I think he kinda resented me for not defending him, but he never said so. I don't blame him if he did. A few weeks after the conversation with Greg, Steve had a friend of his from out of town stay with us for the weekend. Greg was out of town for work or something. I forget the details. Before this friend of Steve's arrived, he told me that she was fat, but pretty, and if I wanted to bone down with her, I had his blessing. This did not sit well with me, not only because of how he described her, which I learned wasn't true when she arrived, but because he felt the need to give his permission for two of his friends to have sex with each other. I kept my mouth shut though. I forget the woman's name, but she was a very pretty woman. She was curvaceous, but in no way fat. I was confused as why Steve would describe her as such. She and I got along really well from the start. That night, she and Steve slept together. Again, I'm fairly certain he slept with her because he could tell I was taking a liking to her. I wasn't falling over myself to get in a relationship with her, but I did like her quite a bit. Steve had once again asserted his dominance over me. The next day we all had lunch at a local restaurant, and Steve had essentially left his friend and myself to drive his car back to the house while he wandered off to do God knows what. I was infuriated that he would do that, not necessarily the leave us part, but the fact that his friend had came to town specifically to visit him, and he had just bailed on her for no real reason. She and I spent the day watching movies and playing video games. We talked quite a bit about Steve, as he was our common link, and a lot of things came to light about Steve that I won't mention here, simply because I don't want to be typing this for the next 2 weeks. I texted Steve multiple times throughout the day, asking where he was. He didn't respond to me until about midnight, when I sent a text telling him it was kinda shitty of him to just leave his friend with me when she had came to see him. The text I got back just read, "Mind your fucking business, fatty. I'll be home when I get home." He finally rolled up around 10 the next morning, as his friend was getting ready to leave. He was driving a motorcycle that I had never seen before. He barely said goodbye to the woman as she was leaving, and when the door shut, I rounded on him. "Where the fuck were you, dude?" Feeling myself get angrier by the word at what he had done. Not that it's any of your fucking business, but I was helping a friend bury a body. He shot back as he walked into his room. I knew instantly that that was a lie. I had this intuition when it came to Steve. I could almost always tell when he was lying, and this one was just so outlandish that I didn't even need to consider it to know that it was absolute bullshit. "No, you fucking weren't," I said under my breath. "What was that, Batty?" he said, coming back into the room shirtless and getting into my face. I gently pushed him away from me, and he looked utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that I would ever stand up to him like this. "I said, you're lying," I retorted quickly, enunciating. "But if you want to treat your friend like shit when they travel for 4 hours just to hang out with you for a couple days, then be my guest." We stood there glaring at each other for a few seconds before he deflated and looked slightly ashamed, which shocked the hell out of me. "I was with a girl I'd been dating," he said softly. "So you invited your friend to stay with us?" I said, my anger rising again. "Cheated on your girlfriend with her, bailed on us, and then fucking lied to me about it? Fuck you, you're a fucking douchebag." I turned on my heel and stormed into my room. I'm fairly certain Steve threw something at me, but he missed, because I heard a loud thump on the wall, just to the left of the doorway as I walked through. I didn't stop to find out. I didn't see or speak to Steve for a couple of days after that. It wasn't until Greg came home from his trip that I noticed that we weren't spending time together and were acting coldly towards one another, that our friendship started to repair a bit. Most of it was due to Greg yelling at us that he wasn't going to live with a couple of bitches who couldn't get their shit together and act like adults. Despite our relationship repairing slightly, things were never really the same after that. Over the next few months, Steve started selling drugs and always kept a loaded gun in the house. I specifically remember him telling me one day that some guy was going to be coming over to give him some money that he was owed. And if he showed up when Steve was at work, I was supposed to take the money, count it, and put it on his bedroom desk. I didn't know what he was dealing at the time, so I assumed that it was just a guy that owed him money. I agreed and went back to playing video games as he left for work. Steve got home from work before the guy showed up, and then there was a knock on the door. Steve came out of his bedroom with the gun in hand and held his finger to his lips. He opened the door to reveal a man standing on the porch with a wad of cash in hand. Steve immediately pointed the gun at his face, cocked the hammer back, and started screaming at him to drop the fucking money on the ground and get the fuck off his porch. As the dude was fleeing in terror, Steve yelled after him that if he ever saw him again, he would kill him. Of course, I was immediately distressed by what I had just witnessed, but I was equally terrified when he turned to me with a huge grin after collecting the money from the porch and closing the door. I just gave him a weak smile and ignored the whole thing. I learned later that he was back on steroids when it happened. During this time, Steve would regularly come home late at night, 3 sheets to the wind, ranting about one ethnic group or another. The one that sticks out in my mind the most was when he stumbled in so drunk that he could barely string together a coherent thought. He was yelling about globalism and how the Chinese were trying to take over the world. He mumbled a string of words that I couldn't make out then, and shouted clear as day, "Ping Ling," followed by another string of unintelligible bullshit, and finally, "Fucking our daughters." As the last word left his lips, he immediately fell on the floor and began to sob. I had no idea what to do. If I tried to help him, I know that he would get violent towards me. In the end, I did nothing. I just went to my room. A few weeks after that particularly lovely incident, Steve and I got into an argument about something I can't remember. He stormed off into his room, and I thought it was over. I knew from experience that given time and distance, he would calm down. He would never apologize, but at least the situation would de-escalate. I was wrong this time. 10 minutes later, he comes crashing back into the living room, gun in hand, and pointed it in my face, yelling that if I wasn't going to respect him, that he might as well just kill me. "You're not going to shoot me," I said far more calmly than I felt. Inside, I was shitting my pants, despite the fact that I did honestly believe he wasn't going to shoot me. I'd been around guns before, but never had one pointed at me. "Yeah? Why do you think that?" "I know you're not going to shoot me, because I'm one of the few real friends you have left." He seemed to consider this for a moment, and finally lowered his gun. His face was still murder incarnate, but at least the gun wasn't pointed at me. "Can you move, man?" I asked. "I'm trying to watch Netflix." He continued to stare at me for a long while, seeming to be internally fighting with himself, before finally stomping back into his room. I didn't see him again for the rest of the night. A few days later, Steve and Greg asked me to sit down when I had come home from my 3rd double in a row at the restaurant where I worked. I asked why, and they said we needed to talk about me living there. I told them that there was no need, I was moving out. They seemed satisfied with this, and I went into my room to get some much needed sleep. A side note, as I was moving out, I accidentally broke the handle off of the storm door, and Steve lost his mind, screaming at me, calling me all kinds of names, including the N-word. I assured him that I would replace it, but he just kept calling me names. Nick was helping me move out at the time, and once we were away from the house, he gave me a look that spoke volumes. "I know," I said. "I know. Part of the reason why I'm moving out." I didn't say anything. He replied, "You didn't have to." This was the point that I finally snapped and realized that Steve was nothing but a toxic piece of shit. It took someone I hadn't known for very long giving me a single fucking look for a puzzle piece to finally fall into place and make me go, fuck this bag of dicks. After I moved out, I only saw Steve once more. I was coming out of class on the university campus and he drove up on his motorcycle and started trying to make conversation. But I just made some sort of lame excuse about needing to get to work or home or something and walked away. After about a year, I blocked Steve completely on all social media when he commented on a Facebook post calling my mom the C word. I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. About a year after that, Nick and I were at the mall. Being on a bit of a time crunch and needing things from different stores, we decided to head in different directions and meet up at the food court. I finished what I needed to do first and was standing in front of the Dairy Queen waiting for Nick to come meet me when I get a phone call from him. What's up? I just saw Steve. He was going into the store that I was coming out of. He didn't need to tell me which Steve. He knew most of the worst of what I've put in the story by this point, although I'm sure some of these anecdotes would surprise even him. My heart seemed to seize and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I hadn't spoken to Steve in over 2 years, and the thought of coming face to face with him now filled me with dread. Hello? You there? Yeah, I said, finally finding my voice. I'll meet you at the car. That's why I told you. I'll be out in a bit. I practically sprinted to my car and just kept praying to whatever gods might exist that Nick would be out soon. I went over and over in my mind what I would say or do if Steve showed up. Luckily, I never had to find out what I would have done or said because Nick appeared pretty quick and we left. That was the last time I heard of Steve. The incidents that are portrayed in the story are not everything that happened, of course. In my relationship with Steve, there were more, including more death threats, a physical altercation, more name calling, and insurance fraud that Steve decided to rope me into without my knowledge. Now I know at this point you're wondering to yourself why I didn't just leave Steve in the dust a long time ago. Why didn't I just walk away from that friendship after the first sign of trouble? Well, there are a few reasons. First and foremost, as I said, Steve was a psychopath. Psychopaths are extremely versed in making people trust them, even if they treat them like trash. Not to mention that he gaslit me and made me feel as though a lot of the smaller incidents were my fault. That in turn led me in believing that the bigger problems were my fault. This is how psychological abusers keep control. Secondly, I'm a loyal friend to fault. I will see the best in people I care about, even if they stab me in the back and beat me down. This is a fault of mine that I'm working on. I only saw the terrible in Steve when he treated another friend I was loyal to like shit. Third, a part of me was terrified to walk away. There was a piece of me that was scared, and sometimes still is, since I blocked him, that he would get it into his head to kill me because I rejected him. This again is part of the conditioning that abusers do. Regardless, I am much happier now, and glad that I got the whole ordeal behind me. I would like to end this on a final note. If you are in a relationship of any kind, where you are starting to see red flags, don't ignore them like I did. I explained away a lot of the red flags that Steve was waving proudly, and I regret it to this day. I was lucky and got out of the most toxic friendship I've ever known, with only some psychological trauma and having my confidence shattered. But it could have ended so much fucking worse. If you need help getting out, seek it immediately. Leave everything behind you if you have to. Things can be replaced, you can't. Anyway, thanks for reading this, and Steve, please stay wherever you move to. I don't ever want to see or hear from you again. In 2016, my cousin Anna met a man named Jonathan. They were extremely happy together, to the point that in 2018 they got engaged. Anna, however, cheated on Jonathan shortly after with a man named Link. This was poorly solved by the idea to have a polyamorous relationship with Link. As time went on, Link turned into a horrific housemate and boyfriend, so Anna and Jonathan decided that it was time to remove him. This proved extremely difficult. Anna started by asking him to leave, and it didn't work. He refused to go. The landlord also refused to evict him due to him doing nothing wrong. They decided he needed a reason to leave, and I was tasked with removing him. I'm a complete pacifist, but I'm also 6'4" and scared the fuck out of him. I told him to leave, and after I had a short conversation with the landlord, who he had just called, he was forced to leave via an eviction notice. After he was kicked out, he revealed that he was only there for Anna, who would have fucking guessed, and that he would revive the relationship. This was accomplished in a weird way. He was stalking her constantly, following her home from work, standing at her car when she went into the store, just being all around creepy. This was not only a bond to her though, he followed everyone else in the house. He would even keep tabs on me. I saw him watching me in the school parking lot, and we decided things had to change. One night I visited them and told them about that event. Anna decided enough was enough. She called Link and told him to fuck off, and that she would call the cops if she saw him again. We all went to sleep and thought that would be the end of it. Oh boy, we were wrong. It was exactly 7 in the morning. I was woken up to what sounded like thunder over and over again. The entire house was shaking. He was at the front door punching it, trying to get in. Because he was so crazy, I had carried a gun to their house the night before, just in case of this. I yelled, "I'm ready to fucking kill you if you're ready to fucking die." He took this notice seriously. The cops were angry about me threatening him, but due to the circumstances, they let me go. I was there a month later and was having a good time with them, playing video games, beating Jonathan's ass at Mortal Kombat, as I do. And then I saw him looking at me through the window. I freaked the fuck out. It was like a spider crawling up your arm. He bolted the moment I saw him, and I couldn't sleep that night. A few nights ago, I came over again, and I woke up in the middle of the night. I wanted a glass of chocolate milk and an ibuprofen, as my head hurt and I needed to sleep. I went to the kitchen, and he was there. He had a big fucking knife in his right hand. I remember freezing and looking at him. His pupils were dilated, and he really freaked me the fuck out. He said, "It's not what it looks like. I'm just here to stab Jonathan in his face. I love her so much, and everything was fine before she intervened." I ended up attacking him and got the knife away from him before he ran. When the police finally caught him, he informed us that they would hold him for a bit and give him a warning, because technically, since he was fighting it in court, it was still his house and the eviction had not fully gone through. They told us that we needed a restraining order to keep him away. You might ask, why am I writing this? Well, the only way I could sleep is to write about my experiences. However, he will slip up again and get arrested or something, but as long as he's around, I'm gonna have trouble sleeping, and I'm scared for everyone I care about's life. When I was 13, I had not long broken up with this girl who supposedly had a psycho family. One of this girl's family was a very close friend who was supposedly obsessed with her. I was invited out with my friends after school one day, and this boy latched on. Everyone told me to come out, and that he wanted to make amends, and that he understood why I did what I did. Being the pushover I am, I went out and hung out in the parks and smoked and drank. As it started to get dark, I decided to go home. I felt uneasy being around him, and he started acting all weird, talking about fights he had been in. He was bragging about bashing some guy's face in with his fist in school. Because of this, I left. I didn't feel safe whatsoever. The next day, my best friend and all the other kids that were out that night came to school and told me it got worse after I left. Apparently, after they had drank some more, he started waving this huge kitchen knife around and telling everyone that he was going to stab me in the stomach for breaking that girl's heart. My dad made us move since he knew where I lived. I continued getting death threats on social media though, until about a year or two later when it was in the paper and was spread all around town. He had broken into someone's house and stabbed a man to death, and then slit his wrist in the man's bathtub. They found high amounts of cocaine and cannabis in his system, along with a lot of alcohol. The elderly neighbor phoned the police when they heard some commotion, and when they hadn't seen the man leave for work. They found the attacker barely conscious, and he's now in a psych ward. Again, this was supposedly over a girl. I think I dodged a bullet there. My father had been dating this girl for a while, and things were going great. She met us a few times and got along together with my sister and I. Eventually, my father asked her to move in with us. She drove 7 hours to move in and brought her 2 cats. Things were great for the first 2 months until she couldn't find a job. They had agreed that she was to apply for jobs and have one secured for interview before she moved in. She moved in July 2nd, and she didn't have a job until late January. I, being fresh out of high school with no job experience, was able to get a job before her. This caused my father to have to cover her car payments and insurance, and it set us back financially, but we were okay. Then October came with the discovery of a full year's worth of text messages between her and a friend of hers named Jared, all taking place after my father and her were dating, and while she was still living in her hometown. The text messages were laced with him coming over to give her nighttime love-ins and inappropriate pictures. My father confronted her about it and she denied it, saying we just didn't understand her friendship. My father lets it go, and they haven't messaged each other in weeks. Small arguments pop up, and she starts sneaking money out of my dad's wallet at night to go buy cigarettes. This may only sound like small stuff, but it was a nightly occurrence. This set us back financially as well. The arguments mainly consisted of her lying about something and not admitting to it, or doing something stupid and not apologizing. Things got worse when Christmas came. My father expressed that he didn't love her anymore, he didn't have feelings towards her, and that she needed to work to fix the relationship if she wanted it to continue. This meant really trying to get a job and not lying about stupid shit. She agreed that she would. I advised him against giving her that option. I was tired of her shit and wanted her out. She started lying more and more and causing more problems. We believe she started taking some sort of drugs, as she would come back from a drive all shaky and spazzing out, spouting nonsense. She came after myself and a friend of mine during one of their arguments, to which my father responded, "Pack your shit and get the fuck out. How dare you go after my kids, you bitch." Telling her to get out and leave was a regular occurrence in their fights, but she never took the hint. She was abusive emotionally to everyone in the household, especially my father, reducing my father to tears when he found out that she had been receiving $1,000 a month from her mother, which would have had us staying up to date on her rent payments. We have no idea what she did with the money. No matter the situation, she would always try to twist it so that she would be the victim. Nothing is ever her fault, and it's always a misunderstanding. Then she started smoking in the garage. The door from the garage into the house is right across from my bedroom door, which is always open because our cats like sleeping on my bed with me. I have asthma. I woke up coughing and smelling cigarettes multiple times in one night because of her. She drove recklessly with my little sister and I in the car before, and I told my dad what happened. When he confronted her, she said I was over-exaggerating, that driving in the dark freaks her out, that my sister and I were stressing her out. A minor thing, but she endangered my sister and my cats. We have 2 strictly indoor cats, and her 2 were outdoor cats until they moved here. Her cats taught my cats how to sneak out of the house when the front door is unlatched. She leaves the front door open constantly when she comes back from smoking and lets the cats out. We live right across the street from a huge lot of desert, and we have coyotes here every night. After she finally got a job, she didn't want to contribute to her fair share of the bills. My father asked her for half her paychecks every 2 weeks. She claimed it should only be 25% because there were 4 people in the house. My sister and I were only there on the weekends, as we go to school outside of town, about an hour away, and stay with other family during that time. She apparently wasn't paying her car payments after she got this job, as she got a repossession notice, which she hid from my father. Finally, after financially wrecking us, abusing my father emotionally and financially, endangering myself and my sister, doing drugs, taking money, stealing things from my room, endangering my cats, and many other things, my dad finally gave her 2 weeks to move out. She moved out yesterday, and all I have to say to her is, let's not meet again, because I will not be nice to you like I had to be before. Lots of hate, the daughter of the man you broke. I would like to make something abundantly clear in the beginning of this. I was very naive in my youth, very naive. While my ex was emotionally, sexually, and mentally abusive, he was smart enough to never lay a hand on me physically. He used gaslighting, manipulation, and carefully hidden sadism to control me for 8 years. I forgave him for every slight against me, every instance of cruelty, every mental assault, and every sexual attack. I forgave him because I thought he loved me, and that I was his property because we had been together for so long, and I wore his promise ring. In my mind, I was dealing with actions that would eventually go away with age. I was 17 when I finally got the courage to leave him, and since then he has left messages on Facebook, my phone, my email, called me from texting apps. It was always the same message he leaves. I'm still here. Every month like clockwork. Same time, same day, same message. He has done this for 6 years, and I could do nothing about it. He wasn't breaking any laws, so I couldn't really report him, and nobody cared about it anyway. I blocked each account and continued on with my life, but 2 months ago, the messages stopped completely, and I know why. I got engaged to another man on the same day he messaged me for the last time, and posted about it on Facebook, and magically the messages stopped. He stopped because I was going to marry someone else, and in his mind, I am no longer his property. This is the only thing that makes sense to me, that he believes I belong with a new man and not him, but I have a feeling I have not seen the last of him. So to my ex-boyfriend of 8 years, let's not meet again. Reading through some of the stories here reminded me of a fun one I heard with one of my ex-girlfriends. I don't really remember exactly how it came up, but I think it had something to do with her grabbing some stuff from under the bed one night. Basically, she wouldn't do it and was terrified of it. I never understood why until she told me. Her cousin, who she adored, came home one night to find the house unlocked. They were really confused and frightened about why, so they checked the house, but couldn't find anything missing. They just assumed they had left the place unlocked. The next night, my ex's cousin was laying on her bed, doing whatever young girls do, when her cat would just not shut up. It was laying on the floor of her room, hissing. Despite her appeals, the cat kept going, being very aggressive towards the underside of the bed she was lying on. She decided to see what the fuss was about. She got down on her hands and knees and looked. There was a guy laying there, on his side, staring right into her eyes, holding up a mean-looking knife. The girl obviously screamed like crazy and bolted out of her room, taking her cat with her. Her parents came running. She hysterically told them that there was a man under her fucking bed with a knife. Her dad grabbed her door and threw it shut, locking the guy in there while the police were called. As much as he tried to hold this guy inside the room, the guy ended up overpowering him and getting the door open and running as fast as he could out of the house. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but the guy was never found. Thankfully, my bed is very low and couldn't fit anyone under it.